Oh snap, we got people in here. I can't even see the chat, the sun is so bright. Yep, I'm on Patoka. See. All right. Let me do a quick share and then we're gonna get to fishing. Freedom Squad. Chat. Live. YouTube. Me channel. Share. Facebook. Live. Done. Next. Share. All right. Oh, we got carp out here jumping around too. All right, here we go. That water looks pretty good too. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain. Come on. I got semi-clear skies. Clear skies. All right, we need to grab a rod. Yeah. Guess we're gonna throw the, gotta get off these rocks. Gonna throw the quakey around. All right, let's get the, we got all this. We got all these waves throwing everything up against these rocks. Get a little momentum going. I still have the mic up here on me, so you don't get all the noise from way back there, but I'm gonna work my way down these this riprap. Kind of get a lay of the land and go down there and fish what I call Josh's Point, Josh's Island. Trying to drag deeper. I don't expect there to be many shallow fish. I expect these fish to be in 15 foot and deeper. So we're gonna work our way down this bank, kind of doing this so I get the stream set up and kind of get everything dialed in. And then we're gonna go drag a jig. Maybe try a couple of different, techniques off of this. I got this one particular piece of the point that I did some map study on, and yeah, hopefully to catch a bigger largemouth and smallmouth. But I kind of studied the structure, so to speak, and so I have an idea of how I want to fish it. Now I don't have spot lock, so I'm gonna have to pull out my anchor depending on the wind. I mean, I might have to just stay on the trolling motor and kind of hold the angle I want to fish because of the way the wind is blowing. I've got some boat traffic today, but not a lot since it's a Thursday. Gramps, why are you fishing on a Thursday instead of your usual day, Friday? Well, I work 4 10-hour days, and Monday through Thursday, and since tomorrow for us is a federal holiday, our federal holiday pushes down to the day before. So the people that are working 5/10s, or the people that are working 5/8s, their holiday is tomorrow, which is when, the holiday falls on. But for me, since I work 4/10s, our holiday rolls down to, the day before. So for me, my Friday is Thursday, so therefore we're off today. But you guys let me know if you've got audio. Drop me a G in the chat, or you say you hear me or not. Hopefully my wireless connected. If I don't see anybody responding to that, then I'll have to pull out and stop and make sure this mic is connected to the camera in the back. But yeah, I was just trying something a little different. I always fish out of the left side of the boat just because that's just how I prefer to do it. So I'll run the banks on my left. But yeah, let me know. Oh, okay, Shane said give me a G, so hopefully my audio's okay. Because I want the audio for me and not the back camera, because all you'd hear from back there is a little bit of muffled, a little bit of muffled, and then the wave slapping the boat, and then maybe you'll partially hear me talking. But I got my mic up here, connected to that camera back there. You know, let me know, you guys like this angle or you like the chesty? We'll go through and we'll play out different things. I kind of figured maybe that way you guys see a mix of, you know, you get a broader view this way too. Me, myself, I like seeing people fish from like the chesty angle, just because I feel like I'm there fishing instead of them. But again, we're gonna mix it up. We'll try different things. I was gonna spend the day installing live scope on the boat. I got an old live scope system to go with a new head unit. And I mean old, I mean I bought from a couple different places. I bought the original live scope black box, so the LVS 32 transducer and the black box with it. And then just the other day, I decided I'm going to replace this Helix 10 and put that Ultra 2 up front. And then so I went ahead and got a transducer, an old Garmin transducer. It's probably 5 or 6 years old, but it was still new for a couple $100. So I'm going to eventually take this graph off and then put one up here, but I'll put the transducer on this trolling motor. I actually had him, but I sold it because I wanted to get another, yeah, we'll get into that later, but I had it. I'm sitting there thinking, just go under the bridge and fish under that. I can't, because we're live and we'll lose the signal if we do that. So we'll just go ahead and cross. But so I'm gonna have like generation 1 live scope on the boat, and that's mostly for crappie and looking at structure. I'm not that guy that can use live scope to chase fish in open water. That's what the pros do. I use live scope for finding things, marking waypoints, like when we're crappie fishing, seeing that there's crappie there. So that's my goal with this. And then I've got my newer live scope set up that's gonna go on a future kayak. But I figure, hey, I'm in the boat this year. I don't wanna install all of that stuff to then take it off later and put it on a kayak. I wanna have like a crappie / bass rig. And then so I don't mind using the older transducers with a newer graph, when I can then take that graph and put it on my kayak later when I'm fishing Bassmaster tournaments and grubby tournaments and things like that in my kayaks again. I'm gonna have a complete setup, pole and everything, one complete setup for the boat, one complete setup for the kayak, where I just take the graph off its stand and you know, mount it to the other system. So I've got 2 stands, 1 graph, but I've got 2 live scope transducers, you know, one the original tech and one my new. Just going to do it that way. Whenever it takes, it'll be on that graph, so that when I'm fishing tournaments later, I can use that same graph instead of having 2 like I used to. I'm just going to go back to using 1, just to kind of simplify things, but have all the modern technology that I can transfer basically back and forth. But yeah, we're still playing around with the urchin bait today. This is the Hags prickly pear. I did actually get a koiki in the mail. I've got a couple of Yamamoto unis. We're gonna kind of play with like all of them. I've got more Hags prickly pears than anything. I like Hags. They're a Texas-based company, and you know, this for a $10 bait does everything I want it to do. I'm gonna do like a compare and contrast with the koiki later. Now, Gramps, everybody got those like 6 months ago, 8 months ago. Well, y'all know I wasn't fishing then, and so I'm getting into the game late. I didn't think I would be fishing at all this year, but hey, here I am. You know, I'm managing my hernia where I'm taking care of myself and being very careful when I'm doing anything in and around the boat, so that I don't make that worse. But shit, we're fishing. I thought I was going to be off the water this whole entire year, and hey, we're out here, so we're going to do it, and we're going to make the best of what we got for now, and we'll get back in a kayak later. But for now, we're going to crappie fish and damn good time. We're gonna get back to being fishing with Gramps. I see Scoop Dog in there. See Josh in there. What's up, boys? So you guys let me know what you think of the back of the boat view. Make sure my audio's good and all that. But we'll mix it up. I thought about putting a camera up like right here, but since I fish that way, you guys can't really see shit. So later on, I might mount one up a little closer. But I figure, hey, for now, we'll just do we're gonna do the over the shoulder, you know, make sure I don't be showing any butt crack and stuff. You know what I'm saying? I see a flotation device there I need to go rescue out of the water. Just because that's an extra one that I can keep in the boat for when I'm hauling the kids around and stuff. But I don't know that I can get in there without jacking stuff up. If I had like a push pole with me, I could probably get that. I actually found one at Monroe the other day, took it home and dried it out, and now it's in the back hatch of the boat. But yeah, we're just gonna keep throwing this urchin bait around until we get down here and drag some little deeper stuff. I do have an idea for somebody just pulled up. Watch, they're gonna go fish right where I was wanting to go. Once again, here I am taking the time to set up and get down here, but hey, maybe they're just out cruising and taking a picture and we'll get out of here. Don't look like it. Audio is good. How the weather fare for me last night, man? It missed us north. But from about 20 miles north of my house all the way up to Indy, man, they got hit by several tornadoes. From what I hear, a few people got injured, a lot of property damage. I know the highway got shut down in places. I know somebody was posting that the EMS was having to walk like 1.5 miles to get close to people. But it seems like it stayed mostly like away from, you know, the bigger towns and so forth. But honestly, I didn't spend a whole lot of time watching the news on it this morning. I was just I saw everybody I know was okay, and kind of went from there. I actually slept in a little bit because I kind of stayed up through most of it. I'm not a late night person anymore. I used to be, but nowadays I have to wake up at 4:30 to go to work, and so me staying up to 1 o'clock is almost unheard of. But I don't sleep when there's shit going on. I need to be awake and moving and making sure I keep me and Gran safe. She went to bed knowing that I'd wake her ass up if need be. So I didn't crawl out of bed till like 6:37 this morning. But then I saw what the weather was going to look like, and I was like, I'm going to the lake. Had all the stuff laid down to install my electronics on the boat. But I got a phone call, and somebody asking me to judge a bass tournament this weekend, so I'm going to do that. So that way I'll be home Saturday, and then it's supposed to rain again on Sunday, on Father's Day. But we got my granddaughter coming over tomorrow night. So I've got today to fish on the boat. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to take my son and maybe his wife and go to a pond, and we're going to do some crappie fishing. And then I'll be judging the derb all day Saturday. So Gran and I are going to chill and watch a movie, and you know, then I'll do some electronics installation since it's supposed to be raining anyway. For the installation, hey, why not? You know, give everybody a place to hang out and BS while I'm upgrading the boat a little bit, and then that way in the future we can have a little easier time trying to locate those crappie and maybe even some deeper bass. I like using the scope for research and finding stuff. It's easy for me. I mean, I've been bass fishing for 40 plus years. And the scope has taught us things that people who've written books were completely wrong about. And I'm actually going to do a video on this one day. Right now, live scope is such a fucking hot button with so many people because of tournaments and such. I love seeing monster bags of bass caught. And, you know, if these guys are pros, they should be out there learning their tools. just like they do with the trolling motor, just like they do with their baits, just like anything else, and spending time on the water to master their craft. If you're a professional, that's what it means. You don't have to believe in that. I mean, I get it. I don't care if they ban it, keep it, use it part-time or whatever, but it is a tool. It's a useful tool because it dispels a lot of myths. And one of these days when I sit down and I get my head, you know, completely out of this anesthesia fog, I'm going to do a full breakdown on what I mean when I say that, when I talk about it being a tool and what myths it actually dispels. You know, there are things that a lot of us were taught and just prove out flat to be wrong. But we'll get into that someday. It'll probably be a video I'll make over the winter that I'm going to actually put a lot of time and work in so that when I speak the truth, you know, oh, is that a little? Yeah, I've got to keep an eye out. Just, you know, it's that time of year. It's like somebody asked, and I said it yesterday, when did Indiana become Tornado Alley? But I mean, June, July has always been like that for like the longest time. I mean, I remember 20 years ago when I lived in Indy, you know, one come up through there and actually wiped out. It hit downtown Greenwood, or it hit the town of Greenwood where I lived, and took out like our galleons. Actually went through and smacked the apartment complex, and they're down. I mean, it seems like every year somewhere around, somewhere I know. I was actually going through and looking at my Facebook memories the other day, and you know, 7 years ago, it's like we'd been in our house a few years, and I was, you know, kind of posting a video of a storm that was running so hard that my gutters couldn't keep up. House, you know, it's like it's always gone around us, but this year of getting smacked twice, so obviously I'm a little extra over the over the tornadoes. You know, I'm not in the best of shape right now to be dealing with that shit, but you know, we keep an eye out. I almost showed the camera what my setup was, but I'm like, well, the camera's in the back, so I'm throwing the, like I said, the Hags Prickly Pear with the Owner Sniper 3.0. It's a heavier duty echo. I'll pics later in the I might have posted some pics on this on the story on YouTube and Instagram, Facebook. Jewel Bait Company weights, they're absolutely fantastic. I've seen some other, you know, YouTubers and whatnot talking about, you know, using frog baits and nail weights and all that. This for me is perfect. I can pull this through, you know, because that hook kind of straightens up when you pull it back, so it's up and down. It's kind of like fishing a jig, but it lets me kind of throw this stuff around these little, you know, the stick ups that we have here and all that without getting hung up, because the hook is at the top of the bait. And the bait is actually pushing the hook through the stuff, kind of like a jig. But then when I get it out away from the bank and I'm popping it, it makes those arms go backward like you're pulling a spider through the water. And when it stops, it pops back open, and I think that's what, if there's a fish around, I think that's what triggers the strike. But I mean, everybody on the internet these days is making a video about these baits, but at the same time, I've seen probably 2 or 3 people that I know, and then a bunch of people that I don't know have caught their PBs on this bait this year. So that's what kind of got me like, okay, this is something different than the jig head minnow. This is something you can throw from the bank, boat, kayak, wherever, whatever, and it's catching big fish. Josh caught his PB right around the corner here earlier this year, PB Smalley, and I saw Darren Wendell caught his PB. I think he was probably out scoping with oh my dude, my brain, wham fishing. Geez, why can't I think of a name? He's won like all the stuff and things, but he fishes with Old Town. But I want to say weighed, but I don't feel like that's right, but I could be wrong. Like I said, my brain is not 100% yet. Plus, I'm I'm recovering from preparing for this inspection I've been going through for the last 3 weeks. It was only supposed to be 1 week, and they extended it. But we got through that with flying colors. Trying to see the chat, but I got the sun on the screen too, so I know y'all are there chit-chatting. But I mean, it's to me, it's different than it sets itself apart from the jig head minnow, because that was like a very forward-facing, focused, technique. And so realistically, only your guys with the kind of thing, whereas this bait, from a drop shot to a Texas rig to like I am, like a modified Nico setup, it's just been smashing all over the country, and it's not a fad. I feel that already, just because of the number of giant fish that we're seeing being caught on it. And I just realized again that I didn't reline my rods, which I need to do this weekend, which I probably won't do because I'm lazy, and I'll be wiring the boat up instead. Got more storms coming in Louisville. Yeah, the weird thing was I saw that there was another storm coming through at my house this afternoon, and then again down in Louisville, but here on Patoka, I think it's supposed to be like right between them. But I always park at the boat ramp that's here inside the Patoka Lake Park. And that way, no matter what, I'm only minutes away from it. If I have to go back to the dock and get off the water, I can. So, I'm a lot is I'm kind of working this one area between the boat ramp. So I've got the south boat ramp over there that's by the gate, and then my truck is actually parked at the ramp that's back around the corner by the marina. Kind of like that too. But that being said, nobody's on this point, and I think I'm gonna grab the chatterbait. I haven't caught a fish on the chatterbait this year. I tell you what, I made a joke last week and put one of these prickly pears on a chatterbait just to see. I was kind of trolling. Everybody's like, "Oh, that's a great idea, everybody." And I was like, if I was serious, I would have took the skirt off. But I'm not taking that hand-tied skirt off of my my Mini Max Evo here. But we are going to throw this out here and drag this back as we go around this island and work our way over to what I'm going to call Josh's spot. Now I'm going to park there for a little bit. I always seem to try to come hit this last, but every time I come over here, there's always somebody sitting there. So when I drove by, I was like, there was only one person here who was, I think, a blogger, whatever you call him. Because he was just standing there with his hands on his hip with the camera in his face. I was like, oh, okay, you ain't fishing, so I haven't seen anybody set up. And so right now, nobody's here, so I'm going to work my way around this and then go set up on the other side. Hopefully the wind will let me do kind of what I want to do. I might have to figure out how to drop my anchor to kind of stay where I want to be and then fish the angle I want to fish. Part of me wants to pull up that big glide bait. I got a rocky ledge I really want to fish on. Oh, okay, looked at the forecast and I should be good. Sweet! Need to get this out there and let it drag down. Water's still up quite a bit. It's up over the bank where Josh and I were standing and fishing when he and I were out here. But hopefully, we get this rain over and then things can kind of get into a summer pattern, settle down a little bit. Know what I'm saying? How deep are we out here? We're in 5 foot. This should be good for this. I should have grabbed that crankbait as well. This chatterbait should come through here pretty good. I just need to slow roll it. Slow roll it. We're going over plenty of grass and weeds here too, so that's a good sign. grass, rocks, all the goodies. I'm gonna take my foot off the trolling motor for a minute and kind of let the wind work us. I'll have to pick it up a bit when we get to the other side, but I'm gonna swing out a little wider so I can cast up around that bank. But following Josh's advice, I got a green pumpkin chatterbait with a green blade because all of the bigger wipers and so forth like those shiny blades. Not that they won't. Maybe we can get a yep, too far to the left. I got into the mud line. Sitting in that kind of hiding out. Kind of minding my eye on the water because I know this point comes way out. Because it was probably right there. I don't know if you guys can see the mud line off because it's off to your left. But that's basically where Josh and I were standing and fishing when we were out here a few weeks ago. But the water might be coming down a skosh. It's up 3 or 4 feet from what I understand it. I'm gonna slow down. Oh, got my trolling motor running all over the place. I'm gonna slow down and drag this. Actually, I need to face into this wave because the guy basically just come by waking us. Oh yeah, this is a pretty decent spot with all the gravel, the chunk rock. And then this point right up here kind of comes up this way and this way, makes like a V. And so it's got like deep water all the way up to it and then shallow. I was actually studying that on a map, kind of looking at the contour of this spot. And let these waves get through us when the guy just came through. Of course, I need to slow this bait down a little bit. And we'll kind of come out here and work that a bit. The wind is coming at me this way, and then the waves are coming across this way, so I have to figure out how I want to position myself. But I want to let that bait kind of get down to the bottom and just pop it along. Oh, there's the guys I was talking to back at the boat ramp. The grandfather from Indy and his grandson is from Columbus. They've been down here fishing all week. Poor dudes. I know it had to be raining a ton while they were down here, but he hadn't been down here before, and they've been running around fishing. Said they got a couple of small ones this morning. Said he caught one dink smallie, but they were just out, exploring. Where's my PFD? I don't wear a PFD while I'm in a boat, dude. You see me in a kayak, that's one thing. I'm in a boat. I put the PFD on when I put on the big motor. I've actually got I probably got 4 PFDs in here, but I'm not fishing in the PFD out of my boat. I put it on when I run, that's it. If I fall out of this, I can climb in the back with the motor. I put the life jacket on when the motor's running, as the rules to tournament fishing state. Oh, this might work if I stay up. But it's funny, I got 2 different ones. I got a boat PFD, and then I actually have my my kayak fishing PFD, my Chinook NRS Chinook. The NRS Chinook is what is hooked up to my kill switch. Let's see. Well, you know, realistically, if I come back up here and drop my, if I go pull my anchor out of the back, I can probably anchor up here and fish up the side of that that V I was talking about. Maybe go out that way a little more and then cast across this way. 7 foot here. That might be the play. Now I saved my trolling motor juice for later. Trying to let this sink a little more. Let's see if I go out. I think I'm gonna let it float me down this bank, and then I'm gonna grab my anchor, come up here and position myself so I can cast this way. A couple of kayaks, top of an SUV. They're heading to the boat ramp. Good for them. Uh-oh, I'm too close. Abort! Abort! See if I can push back off of this bank backwards. That's what we'll do. I'm gonna go get my anchor. We'll throw it out up here and then we'll sit. My Adobe PDF. Yeah, I feel like these fish are way out deeper, so that's the play we're gonna make here in a minute. Is go out and drag a jig down this ledge. But we'll work this shoreline here real quick too, see if there's anybody. See if there's anybody shallow. Trying to scoop them up some lunch. Use your PFDs or cushion in the canoe, yeah. Now we always wear them in the kayak because especially when you're moving water, especially in rivers and such, you can get caught and thrown out. And the biggest thing is you know, if you hit your head on a rock or something, being that close to the water, PFD can save your life. We also had another guy that was at the Classic fishing the Bassmaster thing and hit a stump while he was running his trolling motor. He was standing up fishing and it threw him out. And he was still fishing in cold water because it was early in the year, and he was a former Olympic class swimmer. But the shock of the cold water literally shocked his body, and he couldn't swim. He was struggling, and a boater saw him. A boater who was out there practicing for the Classic. I think that was in Knoxville a few years ago. Actually saw him because he was practicing, went out and rescued him. So yeah, PFDs and kayaks are extremely important. And then we say the same thing, you know, when you're in a boat and whatnot. Especially when you're moving, you know, you get thrown from a boat, you want your kill switch hooked to you so it undoes your boat while you're moving. And that way when you hit the water, you know, it can help you. But generally when you're in a boat, you're not worried about shallow water injuries, which is the bigger thing, you know, plus you can grab the boat. If I were to get thrown out of the boat, say by wake or wind out here, I could grab the side of my kayak, work my way to the back. Somebody tapped it, might have been a bluegill. I can work my way to the back of the boat, and then use the trim on my motor to lift me out of the water and step back out on the boat. And that's something that you practice as a boater. I need to get a little ladder to put on back there, just to make that part easier, but that way when I'm out, you know, playing with the grandkids and they're swimming and doing all that and they want to climb back in, the ladder just makes it that much easier. Something I need to put on my to-do list to order. All right, so I'm not marking any fish out here in the deeper water. So we're going to move out to the 15 to 20 foot area and then grab my anchor and then drag this bigger jig. And as you can see, as you got boats coming, you know, they're just moving along. That plus the wind and the waves. I'll probably just do this for like an hour because the way the wind is blowing, it's going to get these waves up. And I'll have to go get into more protected areas later on. We're in 10 foot out here. Where's my football jig? There's my football jig. It's 10 foot out here. I'm just gonna kind of motor my way up there, but I'm gonna get out deeper. I feel like these fish are post spawn, so they're sitting out in deeper water recovering on points like they tend to do. But especially like a spot like this, the other fish will be swimming along these you know, these walls and this island, and they'll push out, and them deeper bass will be out there waiting for stuff to, they'll come out of the deeper water and smack. Got the wake from that boat coming by. The wake from the winds isn't that bad yet, so I'll have to be mindful of the boats. Only been on gritty and nicer weather. Yeah, I get that. But we're getting to be where it's summer. You know, we trade the cooler days. You know, this beautiful 70s and 80s. We'll be trading those for the hot weather, but less weather and wind. Let things kind of settle down. Okay, we're in 14 feet out here. I'm just kind of watching. That's the other thing. I can't wait to get the other graph put on. I'll have my graphs and my maps where I can pull them up and look at the terrain as I'm moving around. You know, this has got this little 5-inch unit in front of me has got a little bitty map on it, but it's more of a pain. Not as useful. There's fish down there. That's a good sign. So I'm going to pop back real quick and grab my anchor and then try to drop it down, and then we're going to pull off on that point. Let's see, I'm gonna go ahead and do that now while I'm out here and kind of away from everything. And then we'll get back up there and get settled in. Get my rods out of the way, but ready to go. There we go. Make sure I keep my shirt tucked in so y'all don't get any flat ass butt crack shots. You don't need no Hank Hill out here on the on the old Fishing with Gramps YouTube channel. You know, 30 years ago, had a nice plump onion, but yeah. I quit playing basketball all the time. About my kayak is being able to stay in my seat and reach and do everything. My knees and all those kind of stuff and things. we're gonna bust out the boat version of the anchor and see if we can't get set up on a spot where we can drag this ledge a little bit, maybe catch us one or two. I did mean to grab my deeper running crankbait. Let's see, 15, 16 feet. I want to get up here a little further than where I want to fish so I can drop the anchor and then hopefully have it hold me in place. I do have another point that I'm going to go drag in a little bit. And then I'm going to go fish that rock wall where I caught those couple of largemouth and smallie. See what that's looking like. We'll see how the wind plays. I got to keep an eye on the wind because, you know, I know the storms are going north and south of me, but, you know, most likely I'm going to have the wind as well. So and drag this ledge. I'm just trying to hopefully work the angle that I want to work. So we're in 17 out here, 18. But I got one particular kind of spot that I want to target. All right, this looks like it should do good. Anchor away. Uh-oh, I might not have enough. I might not have enough anchor. Might have to let it pull me in a little bit and then get caught when I get a little shallower. So we're gonna go across this way and pull our way out. We're gonna let the boat kind of pull us. I might have to come in a little bit so I'm shallow enough for the anchor to grab. I got that anchor to use is like holding me in shallower places and not out here in the deeper water. So I've actually got like a kayak anchor that I need to hook up here, but I gotta get the little things to mount it to my side rails here. How's the wind treating me? Yeah, it's blowing pretty good. The wind is okay right now. It's the wake that combines with the wind that'll get me a little bit, but I'm trying to get my anchor to grab here because I don't think I got enough line to do what I need to do, but I'm just kind of popping this football jig through these rocks. Yeah, because now I'm into like 10 feet. Might have to back off that way and see if it'll grab, but I can feel the football jig coming through these rocks. So if I can get my anchor to grab me like through here somewhere, then maybe I can fish across this, but so far it doesn't seem to be grabbing. I'm in 10 feet. It should grab at some point, but yeah, I need to go I've got a longer anchor line that I need to do this with, just because I don't have spot lock. I figured at this point we'd have hit something to grab me, but it doesn't seem like it, does it? And that wind's really starting to pick up now. Dang it! I guess I need to check the forecast to see how. At this point, I'd be better off bank fishing. Go pull up and fish from the bank. Yeah, because my anchor is not grabbing at all. I might have to go across the way and fish on that protected cove. I got a rock wall over there where I've caught some smallies at before, but I was hoping I'd have enough anchor line to actually grab, but it's not grabbing for nothing. Oh crap. That's not doing what I wanted it to do. I should have plenty of battery to fish for a while, but I think the wind is even so strong it's grabbing my anchor and pulling me back too, so it's not grabbing at all. Alright, so I'm going to reel that in. I'm going to go try to hold up here and make a few casts. See if that'll work. If not, then we'll just go back across and get out of the wind and kind of play to our strengths a little bit. Because I don't feel like these fish are going to be sitting in this water. They'll move up and feed later, but we're in the middle of the day here. I really need to be out fishing deep. Banging that football jig off of these rocks. It's not what I want to see. All right, let's get this anchor out of the way. Then we're going to move back up there. We'll fish it for a little bit, holding it with the trolling motor, and then we'll go get out of the wind and go get on those protected rocks and see if we can't get some of those smallies up there. I got a minute or two before we get too close to these rocks, so no butt crack for the audience. All right. We will chatterbait our way back up there. Come on, give me a smiley that wants a chatterbait. Is anybody up there eating shallow? Yeah, one of these days, if I stick with boat fishing, you know, I'll do the whole dual trolling motor setup with a spot lock so I can park out here deeper on days like this. Generally when fishing kayak tournaments, I'll just drop an anchor and let it hold me in the place wherever the wind is blowing, because I like running the rear mounted anchors or rear mounted trolling motors. But in a boat, if you're going to do more stuff like this, you know, you want a couple of, you know, you gotta, I hate saying it, you gotta spend the money a little bit. You know, the boat's perfectly fine, but I would need like a couple of pretty good, you know, lithium trolling motor batteries, and then like a, you know, one of the spot lock trolling motors, but those are like $3,500. But you know, if I keep spending time in the boat like I have been, you know, that'll be something maybe I upgrade and do over time. Because that's the one thing, when I bought this boat during COVID, and then so I probably saved about 15 grand on it, and I'll have it paid off before I retire. So, you know, then I could put, you know, a little bit into it with trolling motor, a couple of other batteries, maybe even some, you know, some of the smaller power poles, and make this into a nice, got a couple kayak guys. I don't think that's the ones I saw go by in the SUV, but I could be wrong. But those look like more or less fishing kayaks, and they got motors because I don't see paddles going on unless I'm blind. You guys can't see it because they're off to my right. They just came out from under the bridge. But yeah, those aren't, I don't think those are the recreational kayaks I saw go by earlier. These are fishing kayaks. These are more likely somebody I know, or there's a very good chance of it. Maybe they'll come over and say hi, and you know, come say hi to old Gramps. Yeah, he's definitely not paddling. He's probably going, damn it, Gramps is on my spot. Yep, first come, first serve, it's my turn. Hey, John G. Wilson Fishing is in the chat. What's up, brother? Tell you what, it's good to be alive. That's for damn sure. I am so glad to be on the water. If I catch one, even if I don't catch one, I don't care. I am on the water and not on the couch crying about not fishing and looking at my sports card collection. I'm out here trying to catch a fish. And so far, the year's been good. I've only been skunked once, and that was more or less me running around Monroe. I don't even know if I'll count that as a skunk. Well, I fished some, but I was more just kind of running around looking at stuff. But I'll take it. It's Monroe. I earn a skunk off of that place every time I go. But I've been catching fish every time I've been up there, too, and that's not usual, so. Glad to be out. That is faux show. I don't care if I catch a bluegill, catfish, smallmouth, whatever. I am just so stoked to be out here live. Yep, kayaks are going the other way. I'll have to slow down when I go past them later on to see who it is. I do need to make a run to the quarries one of these days while the water's still up, because I think I can get my boat back there. I know there's smallies back there, but I told myself I'm going to kind of focus on areas of the lake first before I start kind of mixing it up. See if there's anybody playing on them rocks right there. I'm fishing back towards you guys now. Let me get this picked up, because if I get bit back there, then it's gonna run around and get into my motor. I'll come out here and get turned around and put this jig back in my hand. I need to get an order in at the rod locker and get me some more football jigs and some of these Crush City crawls, whose name I can never remember. Cleanup crawls, is that it? Yeah, I think so. The Bronco Bug is like their Texas rig. Wobble, wobble, wobble bait. I really like these cleanup crawls. They've got the hinged flappers. That way you can just leave them, let it sit still, and then let the water and the current do the work, which is what I'm gonna do when I turn back around here in a minute and make this cast. Not marking any fish out here, of course. You know, this is where, when I upgrade the graph and I can put side imaging up front and then, you know, turn on the scope later, but it lets me see a lot more. Having my maps and the side imaging make a big difference. We'll let that get down there and drag it. But yeah, you guys kept looking across at the marina because of the way the waves and the wind are. Horses stay, you know, every now and then the front of the boat will shift around that way so you guys can see this point, but I'm kind of trying to keep it faced into the wind so I can be efficient. Now they might be walleye fishing because they're going out in the middle of nowhere. I do need to sit down and study the maps some more. I actually looked at some stuff over back where I'm going to go back to, but I wanted to start here today because nobody's over here bank fishing. I don't like fishing here when people are bank fishing because they've only got limited spots they can bank fish. I mean, I'll be fair about that. So I try to stay out of their way. Center bass and the kayak jack year-long. Holy smokes. I keep saying I'm going to do that one of these days. I've been watching Marty post his million fish. But I'm happy with, where am I at? Have I caught 10 fish this year? I got a catfish, I got 2 bluegill, I got 2 smallmouth, and I've got the 2 largemouth from here. I think I've got 5 total. I think I've got 5 largemouth, 2 smallies, a catfish, and 2 bluegill. Haven't caught a crappie yet. Of course, haven't been crappie fishing yet either. Well, no, I did catch some. I'm thinking of the terms of the boat. I've got 2 more largemouth from bank fishing, 3 more actually, from bank fishing on my little lake there at work when I was bank fishing. So, and then and then we had the kayak adventure series. Caught some largies. I might be up to 10 largemouth bass this year. But you know what? That's 10 more than I expected. So we will take it. We will take it. I'm actually using my frog rod. It's a heavy, but I've got braid on it. This is one of the times I'll use braid is when I'm drawing a deep football jig, because between this, the braid, and this football head, I really feel that, you know, transmission. I feel these rocks that I'm ticking off of, and I'm just trying to slowly drag it. And I'll just let it sit for a minute and let the little, you know, the hair of the jig move around, the flappers move, and then I just try to, what I feel like, I think I'm moving it like an inch or 2, but you know, we're moving it probably 6-8 inches, you know, at a time. But I like to move it with my hands versus reeling it, because reeling it takes up so much line. But yeah, just trying to imitate a crawl, you know, coming along the bottom there. And then if I feel it get on a rock, I'll pull it off the rock. And a lot of times when you pop it off, is you know, in 15th time, that's for sure. Okay, and doing post tragedy. Ever want to hear that? We'll send love and prayers out every time. But hopefully you find some peace on the water. But because a lot of times I'll get caught up, and I really, you know, those are fun. I don't want that to be my primary thing, but like Marty's thing, I want to do that again when I get back in a kayak, because you know, it's just, they let you go out and fun fish, but have a reason to put them on the board and upload the pictures. I've got some ideas for a grant. You know, I got some Gramps challenges, and it's going to be all inclusive. So if you're a bank angler, kayak angler, boat angler, you know, we're gonna have fun. Because I know enough people that prove having a boat or having a kayak doesn't always mean that you've got an advantage. You can cover more water, sure, but that doesn't mean that you're, you know, sitting down and fishing either. I'll put Josh Lanham up against anybody I know in a boat or kayak, you know. It's going to have some inclusive for all the peeps. You know, I can't just do a Smalley challenge, because then Liz can't play from Florida. But, you know, I know people that catch Smalleys, and catch green, catch spots. You know, crappie are all over. Is that a big rock, or do I have a... Nope, that was a big rock. Really wanted to catch a fish off that big rock. But, you know, we got some ideas. Little crappie action, little bluegill action, little, you know, we'll mix it up, have some fun. We'll come up with some ideas. Looks like my dudes in the kayaks are going to cross to go to the marina. Probably a smart move for them. I mean, if I was talking about doing that to get out of the wind in the boat, it'd be smart for them to do in the kayaks. But that's cool because that's where I'm going next. And we'll see what they say. All right, I've been throwing this jig for a little bit. Let's grab the old drop shot. Grab the old drop-in shot, and on this one, I was trying to show like the camera like it's here. On this one, I've got the Yamamoto Uni bait. I need to come up with like a Gramps nickname for these stupid things. I keep calling them cat toys, but I got to be more original, right? You know, the Gramps flu shot or something stupid. Now let's see if I can figure out how to get this. Oh, let's get back on the trolling motor. Get this dude unwound. Let's see, I've got that going that way. That coming this way. What's next? I bet you that's my daughter. Yeah, I called it. Hey, baby girl, say hi to the live stream. Oh, wait, I gotta put you on speaker. Where's she at? There she is. What's up, baby girl?
I need you to check your thing. I'm at work. I can't, like, talk.
Oh, is it past time?
Yeah.
Are they gonna...
I didn't win.
Huh?
I didn't win, so you have to go check yours.
Did you check email or go to the app? Or the website, I mean.
Either yes or no.
Either? Okay. All right, I'll go check.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. So my daughter has had me enter in on the site VetTix to try to get tickets to the World Cup because she's down in Dallas and they have one of the matches there on the 3rd of July. And it very well could be USA versus the UK. Now, you know my dog would be married to a Brit. It'd be kind of funny. But I used all of my VetTix tokens, or coins, I guess as they call them, to enter into the lottery to try to win tickets. So she wants me to go check and see if we won, because if we did, I'll be rescheduling my trip to go up and fish with the Extreme Outdoorsman to go down to Texas and go to a World Cup match with my daughter. So she's anxious because they did the drawing at 2 o'clock. So I'm gonna make a cast. I'm gonna let that sit. Watch this, dead sticking will probably how I catch this fish. Put my foot on the rod. Put my foot on the rod and the trolling motor. And then I'm going to oh, we didn't win. So I gotta tell Faith. Well, we didn't win. So, sucks. I'm not going to the World Cup game. On July 2nd. Had I revealed that yet? I think I was still keeping that under my hat. So you guys just got a little update that I hadn't shared yet. Oh wait, I got my camera on. Oh dang it. No, what did I do? Okay, hopefully I'm back on YouTube. Let me refresh the stream. Go to live chat. Okay, my drop shot's way over there. All right. Okay, let's see if I can turn back this way so I can see the chat again. Man, the sun is just, I'm at all the wrong angle. All right, I'm in 14 feet. Realistically, I want to be out deeper because that's like 5 feet, but I'm just trying to drag this drop shot through those rocks. I'm gonna go back out and try to cast back into this point. Then I'm gonna try to, my tablet's just pointing. Yeah, got everything kind of all ganked up where I can't see anything anymore. Tilt it that way a bit. Hope you have a great day. Catch a big one. Yeah, here's hoping. Check the stream out after it ends and scroll through fast. Maybe you'll see if I caught one or not. Let's get back out here to the deeper water. Just ticking that little lightweight off the bottom. It's not a very heavy weight, so I can't really cast it that far. I had it more shallow water, but it is a beautiful day for it. That is for sure. Let me go grab that jig again so I can get it out there. We will save this for the skinnier water we're going to be heading to here in a minute. See if we can't get this football jig. I'm going to let that fall while I push the boat back out deeper again. Not marking any fish out here either, but the point is to work that V that goes up and then drag this football jig down through it. Hopefully here in a couple weeks, well, after I get back from my trip to Michigan, we're going to go up to Lake Lemon and we're going to do some frogging and hit them pads. I haven't been up there in a couple years either, so we're going to keep trying to mix it up. Oh, there goes a loon, my wife's absolute favorite of all the birds. She loves the call of a loon. You guys might have caught that. I don't know if the view from back there, you can catch that bird that just went past. But did see a freedom bird on the drive down here today. That was between here and French Lick. Let's see, I'm in the right spot to kind of let this push me back and drag that V I was talking about. So straight out through there, let that hit. Let it get to the bottom, and we're going to try to hold our position out here, a little at a time. Little at a time. Josh has caught some good ones here just this year alone, let alone the ones he's caught in the past. He caught a big 5-pounder with me. And then before that, he caught a big old smallie. Giant. Ugh. Who's texting me? Oh, she wants me to put my stuff in for the one that's in Dallas. Or I guess the one that's in 2 weeks after that one. She's at work, but she can't talk long. Oh. Baby girl, it's too windy for me to take my eyes off of what I'm doing for that long. I'm fishing right next to the rocks. Let's see. Pet. Go. Log on. Log in. Log in. Get tickets. Texas. Soccer. Sorry, gang, boring stuff. I'm trying to do something for my daughter real quick. Search events. Actually, I need to turn the boat around anyway. Seven six in Dallas. Oh, that's the one. Got it. I had 60 coins. All right, now got her taken care of. I guess there's another match there in Arlington, there where she lives, which is funny. I drifted out here, which is actually shallower than I thought it would be. So let's push back this way, and we'll fish this deep point. Nope. Let's see. I need to get up, stay out this deep. I know it's going to drop down into like 20 to 30 feet right up here. And I want to kind of get off the edge of that, fish back towards these rocks and drag out. But I do see some stuff trickling along the bottom out this far out too, so this might actually work. But I want to get where we're pulling off of the ledge and out to the deeper water, even though this is 16 feet. Like Josh says, he comes out here and fishes for one fish. And I believe it. Yeah, it's starting to go deeper. So let's get way out there. Let that fall all the way to the bottom. And if we can hang out here, drag through those rocks out this direction, maybe we'll get lucky. I need to get off of 10 so I don't quit burning up that much motor. Just trying to hold the spot right now. I think I need to move a little bit more that way to get, because I'm on the flat bottom now, not feeling the rocks. So I'm going to move that way, maybe try to catch that point coming this way. Yeah, I think I'm just on the goes way out too, so I'm going to over there, try to catch the edge of that rocky point and come back this way. Yeah, when you're fishing like this, you're really just fishing for one big bite. Those big bass that are hanging out on these points, you know, the boaters that are fishing the derbs, they'll catch one off a point like this and then move to another point while it reloads, you know. Probably Faith Ann. She says I should have got more back, but I only had 60. That should be right on top of those rocks. Yeah, now I can feel them. I know I need to move my microphone at some point because my battery is going to be out in the microphone on the camera. I don't know why I reeled that back in instead of dragging it. Can you guys hear me? Let me know, because what I'll say next is when you can't hear me from this front audio, let me know so I know to hook my external battery up to the microphone. Or I'm betting somebody will tell me they can't hear me from up front again. I probably feel like I'm getting close to it running low anyway. Yeah, I feel all the rocks right there. Just want to find somebody kind of working those rocks, looking for a snack. Uh-oh. Either have a or something. Nope, I was back like one of these tree things out here deeper maybe. All right, real quick, I'm gonna hook up my external battery. Looks like it's still got power. That's good. Oh shit, that cable ain't long enough. Get the other cable. Oh no, I don't want to do that. Make sure it didn't stop my freaking live because it started a recording on the back. Alright, let me go if you guys are still there. I heard my camera in the back go and make it like a recording sound, but I want to make sure it didn't disrupt the live stream. Well, hopefully I'm still going. I think my mic is still connected, but I can't show. Good thing to start recording too. Hopefully you guys are still with me. I'm gonna drag this for a little bit, then maybe we'll move spots since we're not getting bit by anything over here. Take you guys for a boat ride. Hopefully I'm still live. I can't tell if I am or not. I feel like my picture is moving, but I can't tell because it's the same view. Oh, okay, there. That was me casting, so something was happening there. That's one thing about this time of year, though. It's a slow bite. But, right one, right time, right place, you can get a big one. Still ticking the rocks. Problem is, where I'm sitting is where I want to be fishing. So I'm going to go out that way and turn and fish this spot, because this is where it goes from like 11 feet to deep. So I'm going to go out probably 30 or 40 that way and come back and cast where I'm sitting at now, because I actually see some stuff under me. There's the rocks. Just want to feel that rod load up. Boom! I'm just letting the boat move the bait right now. Kind of trolling and dragging it on those rocks and feel it ticking. Now we're in that 17 and getting deeper. 18. There we go. I want to turn the boat around and kind of keep us out this way. Now you guys can see the point that I'm actually fishing. I don't know if we got anybody here or not. I don't know if my stream disconnected. I'll refresh again just to see if we still got anybody in here. That baby fall, drag that ledge all the way out. Pull the channel on my phone just to see if two. Oh, yeah, it's still live. We are still live. There we go. If anybody's just popping in randomly, my name is JT. Welcome to the Fishing with Gramps YouTube channel. We are out here on Patoka Lake. It's one of the second biggest lake in Indiana. It's one of the two biggest lakes that gets, hit by the tournament trails that come through Indiana, the most. But that being said, it's also some of the lakes with some of the biggest fish. They get beat up all the time, and but this one has actually got smallmouth in it. Well, both Monroe and Patoka do, but I primarily chase largemouth. But I'm trying to spend some time and effort to catch some smallies as well. This is one of the spots that a buddy of mine catches smallies on here and there. So that's what we're doing, is we're dragging a football jig off this, deep point, trying to see if we can't come across one. But we've been here for a while. I'm getting ready to move up to the other side of the ramp that I put in at and try another area real quick, because we haven't got down here. He doesn't catch a lot of fish here, but when he does, they're generally pretty good. But I'm coming in. I'm actually once again sitting where I want to be fishing. This wind is kind of pushing me off where I want to be. But we're going to give it a couple more minutes, then we're going to make a move. Go fish some rocks that I've been catching some pretty good largemouth and the occasional, well, I caught one smallie there this year. I've caught two smallies this year. One was here bank fishing, and the other one up check out again. But I know we're post spawn for both largemouth and smallies, so the most of them are probably hanging out in deeper waters, kind of like what I'm doing here. But I'm trying to cast shallow and drag these rocks, banging this football jig off of them. This weekend I'm going to install live scope on the boat, just so I can find different spots to fish. I can't use live scope to catch, chase fish like a lot of people do. I've had it before, but I just haven't had it on this boat. But I bought a set of the first generation of live scope to save some money, just to help me find brush piles and different stuff for crappie and bass fishing. I'm not like these pros that can use it to chase fish. I just use it to find stuff to fish. But we're gonna install that this weekend, and then maybe that'll help us find some more spots to fish. And then use it for crappie fishing and stuff as well. Because we're gonna start crappie fishing too. I get so hung up on wanting to catch these smallies that I forget about the other bass, but I wanted to get some crappie fishing in too. Actually going crappie fishing tomorrow with my son, and but we're going to be on a buddy's pond, so I doubt I go live from there. But that being said, I'm going to spend more time this summer also crappie fishing. Just because, I want to eat some crappie. I haven't done a catch and cook in years. Probably do that over the next few weeks. As it heats up and the bass fishing kind of gets a little tougher, we can focus on crappie for a while and do some catch and cooks and do all that kind of good stuff. I have not seen a comment in the chat in a while, so hopefully I'm still streaming. Of course, now my channel is playing an ad. I don't know if my channel was playing that video from the beginning or if it's actually still live. It says I'm live. Let me wave. If I see that in the phone, then I know I'm good. I don't know if I'm watching a replay. That's me looking down. Let's see if I see me wave. Then I know the live is still connected. Show me waving. Hey, we are live. Okay. Good news. Alright, I'm going to come across this point and drag out this ledge. Uh-oh. Trolling motor going the wrong way. Ah. I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm trying to run the trolling motor and crank my rod. Oh, Shane says I'm still good. All right, cool. I know Shane wants to see me catch one here because he's fished here before. 6 foot of water right here. Okay, so the point comes all the way out this far. Let's motor out straight from here. Motor out straight from here, and then maybe cast back over the top of this. Now we're starting to fall off what's the original shoreline. Yeah, we just went from 8 feet, 6 feet to 9 feet, 10 feet. I'm gonna open the bail up and let my jig sit there in that 6 feet. We'll drag it out into this deeper water. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. Wind isn't too bad, but it's been blowing. Let's work back to that point. Drag this jig out here to this deeper water. See if we can't get us one working those rocks looking for a crawl. Because it went from 6 feet to 12 feet. If I get bit though, it's going to snatch his rod out of my hand. Funny, I've caught more fish here from the bank than I have from the boat. I am 0 for, I don't know, whatever, but I know they're here. Boat fishing doesn't always make it easier. Let you go to more places, but doesn't mean you're gonna catch fish, that's for sure. All right, let's, I don't know if the wind turn and push us a little bit, but I wanna get over there. Drag across this. See if anybody was jig would be because it's just what time is it? Almost 4 o'clock. Give this about 10 more minutes, and we're gonna make a move. Tell you what though, being live, the boat ride should be a lot more fun. You guys watching from back there as we cross over to the lake. I like this position right here. If I can get it to hold me here, let me get back up on those rocks and drag it back down. I can keep pushing the boat backwards here to kind of hold me in this spot. That might work. Because we're 19 feet out here. It's like backwards spot lock. it's kind of be pushing me across, which is okay because this is kind of where I want to be. I am running a chesty in case I catch a monster. Want a closer view of it. It'll just be blown up by the wind since I don't have my other mic hooked up to it. 20 feet out here. Take advantage of that. I want to fish that 10 to 15 foot section straight out in front of us. That's a little farther right than I wanted because of the wind, but not on the west. I see the clouds up. We're good from this way. On the south side, I don't want to get caught either. I see your radar. Yep, everything's north and south of us. So that'll work. Actually pushed myself in and I was sitting on top of my jig. Wind just kind of messes with you. There's the kayaks again, coming out that way. They're probably wanting to work this way. Fish. Give me one of one cast dragon and then we're gonna move. Wind's kind of got a hold of me now. Clouds are messing with the stream. It says I don't have signal. I didn't even think about that. we do have quite a bit of cloud cover coming in. I am banging them rocks. You figure we get one through here. Not hitting it out deep, so let's grab that chatter wagon. Maybe get a little bit higher in the water column. Bald eagle right there. Bald eagle right there. I heard the scream. He's got a couple of them that they're playing around. Yeah, they're like doing aerial combat. That is amazing. Oh my god, I gotta get my... Oh, those aren't other eagles. Those are like seagull messing with them. Video. I got two seagulls messing with this eagle. They're like an aerial combat. And that eagle's gonna jack them up eventually. I heard the eagle screaming. Oh, did he go down and land in the tree? Where's he at? Oh, I think the eagle went down and landed. Those two other littler birds were chasing the eagle, and then he was jacking with them a little bit. In the air. See if he comes back up. Down and landed. I'm gonna watch for him to come back up. Yeah, I think he went down in the trees, and the three of those like seagulls are hovering over him, but he went down into the tree. That was cool. I thought it was two younger ones there for a bit, but I realized that's not the same type of birds. Wind and the waves are carrying me more than the trolling motor is. I want the eagle to come back up and start fighting with him again so I can zoom in and get better video. That would have been a hell of a clip to catch her. Yeah, don't get no more murk other than that, that's for sure. I wish it was in a spot where you guys could see it. That'd have been cool. But it's kind of far away. It's one of those things it's hard to see without, you know, not in the naked eye. Kind of buzz this bank, and then we're gonna move to the other side of the boat ramp and go hit those rocks I like to hit. Haven't seen anything working up shallow, no bait fish, no nothing. Yo-yo this this chatterbait through here, see if we can get somebody to take it. Buzz the bank and see if we can catch anybody working the shallow. I can't believe we haven't caught at least one here. Find me one little dumb young one that's up skinny, you know, feeding. I mean, we got some wind, some ripples, some overcast. Figured somebody come up there banging them rocks. Get him some lunch. I should grab that big swim bait. Give that a few casts before we move. We're gonna do it. We have not caught a fish on this glide bait ever. We got one tied on. Let's see if today will be the day. Big ol' shad. Like throwing a rock in the water. We'll just work across this whole point with this. See if we can find somebody who wants a big snack. I need to go get my brown bait company and put the treble hooks I got for it on there. Poor Brendan, I've been telling him for 2 years I was going to catch a fish on that bait. Still ain't thrown it. But at least I got some treble hooks for it. I was like, I promised. I was like, I'm going to throw it, dude. I'm going to throw, actually. just run this over this point. We get over in this 5 or 6 feet. Maybe get lucky. Let's see where those kayaks went. I think they must have went under the bridge. Alright, I can stand up and cast that so I can get another 10 or 15 feet on that. Nope, not caught anything yet. I'm working this big long point right now. Trying to see if I can find something big moving up to feed on the shallow piece of it. I've been dragging around the ledge on either side trying to get, but this is one of those spots where you don't catch a lot, but if you do, it's going to be a five. Lucky. But that said, I've been here for the last hour or so. I'm getting ready to move and fish a rock bluff where I've been catching some fish. I'm just gonna make a couple more casts with this shad shed over this shallow point. See if I can get lucky. But then we're gonna pick it up and move over to where I've been largemouth and a smallmouth over the last couple of weeks. But this spot's one of those hit and miss. I say it's more miss for me, but a buddy of mine's been catching them on it. He's caught like a 5-pound smallie and a almost 6-pound largemouth on it recently. Alright, one more on this side of the point, and then we're going to pick it up and move to the rocks. Out here and then make it. Put my tablet up while we're moving. Let's get out here so if we get blown more that way than I need to give myself enough time to break the tablet down and put it up, and then pick the trolling motor up without getting blown into that rocky point. And give myself a little more room to work with. this onto my chest, put the battery in my pocket for now. Alright, we're going to take the tablet close to the chat so I can't see it, but put that in here. Close her up so she doesn't move around. Close my camera gear. Get my cables back in here. Okay, I'm still good as far as wind and waves go. I don't have to worry about running out of battery in the back camera because it's connected to the boat, so I will just change out the battery in the chesty. I brought my drinks and forgot to open Gatorade next. Alright, so I'm good as far as the Rocky Point goes. Let's see if I can get this put away without falling in the water. There we go. Quick drink. I gotta put the Starlink in the floor. Oh man. Oh, there it is. I was like, I super glued that down. Where'd it go? I pulled it out with me with my drink. Alright. Put the Starlink down on the floor. Hopefully it stays connected. Yep, still got my kayak PFD. Give you all a little boat ride. Go back to the other side of the boat ramp. Alright, where's my kayak guys at? Well, we got more waves coming here than I want, but we're going to give it a shot since we're going to go into the waves. But we may not have too long. Probably should have started here, but I wanted to go hit the other spot first. Now I can't see anything because I just took a wave, covering my glasses. All right, let's get the. Okay, we started our camera. That's good. Kind of wondered how it would fare holding up into that, banging into the waves, but looks like it's still there. Hope you guys are still with me. See, we still got 70%. All right, I see me live. Yeah, that wind's really starting to pick up too. Dang it. Yep, we're going to burn up the trolling motor on this one. I got to tighten up my GoPro mount again too. It's too loose. I know it's a good problem to have, but still. Hey, I see Alex on the water. He must have caught me when I was in the middle of moving. I don't know if you guys can see the rain over there. The storm's supposed to be going that way, but I feel like that shit is going to push down on me. Even though it's supposed to have stayed north. I get the feeling we're going to get wet. We weren't supposed to, but it looks like it's coming this way. I should pack it up and get my ass in, but I can't do it. We're out here trying to catch one big, but I'm gonna try to work my way out on this point. The waves are starting to come in. Glad to see Alex out there. Hope he's going to get out this weekend and catch some fish. Yeah, I actually like my new kayak. My old boat. I say my old boat. The one I bought 5 years ago and never fish out of, since I don't have a kayak. We'll get another one here in the future. We'll be ready for 2027. We're just jacking over this, because at least we're out. See if we can sustain enough. Really want to work this point well on my way in and fish this bluff wall. See if we can't catch us one. Yeah, if we get rained on, we get rained on. The actual storms are supposed to be north of us, but the way I'm feeling this wind right now, I feel like the storm is shifting south. Even though it's thunder booming up on my house, about an hour north of here. But I feel like that rain is coming right at us. But I mean, if it's just rain, I don't care. I don't see any lightning or any of that shit. But I mean, I'm at my boat ramp pretty much, so if it got nasty, I'd be on a dock with it. I could trailer the boat after the storm pushes through if need be. I don't feel like it's going to, but I'm gonna check the radar again here in a minute. I knew there would be a chance of this coming out today, but you got to take a chance. What if I caught my PB Smallie? It could happen. Up, down, up, down. Gotta push it a little bit closer. I'm in 24 feet. I kind of want to get where I can get right up on that ledge and then get it out here. I caught 2 good ones off of this point a couple weeks ago. I'm trying to make this like my every Friday kind of thing. Even though today's my Friday because we had the holiday. Tomorrow I'll probably do some crappie fishing. We'll see what the weather looks like. Of course, you guys can see it better than I can. I was hoping it would piss off and stay up north, but you know, take a chance, right? I could have stayed home and hooked the live scope up on the boat, but I could do that Sunday when it's raining again. Gonna help a buddy out and judge a tournament Saturday. And then tomorrow night I got my grandbabe. The goal tomorrow is to get out and hit a pond that a friend of mine said I can come over and fish, check out his crappie, take my granddaughter, take my son and his wife out. She hasn't been fishing forever, so we got a little bank fishing mission. Then tomorrow night I got the grandbabe. Saturday, judge a derb. Sunday, since it's supposed to rain on Father's Day, that's when I got the first generation of live scope that we're gonna put on the boat. And that way I can save my new live scope that I haven't installed yet for the kayak when I get my next kayak. That way I can I have Gen 1 on the boat and then the Gen 2 on the kayak. So we can do a little scoping and hoping. Can't catch that way, but it's good for finding structure. That way we can do some scoping crappie wise out of the boat too. Which again, I can't catch them live, but hey, knowing they're there is half the battle. Yeah, that wind is picking up. The rain looks like it's moving that way, but the wind is really blowing right in my face. But I'm gonna try to fish this ledge, and then we're gonna go up this bank, trying to find some smallies, maybe pushing them against those rocks to feed. Well, I say smallies. There'd be a mix of green and bronze. Oh. I just hit a rock and set the hook. All right, this is about how far I want to be. I'm still in 24 foot here, but I'm trying to get up where I'm dragging it from like 6 down to this 24, but I'm trying to edge in just enough where I get to the edge of where I can work this point the way you should, but not having spot lock, you know, have Gramps lock. But I'm gonna try to make like one run up this bank out to that point. See what it looks like then. But I got a good chance to get bit here. The way the wind blows around, this point comes all the way out. But it's chunk rock all the way out here too. So I mean, I got a good shot at catching a good one. Of course, I just pop it over each rock that I feel. You guys can't see much because I'm not angled that way. I'm got the camera off the back of the boat versus on my chesty. But you'll be able to see what I'm doing when I run this bank, because I'll be casting up that way. Just trying different views, see what you guys think. Drop me a comment down below. Do you like the rear angle, or do you think the chesty angle is a little bit better? I'll take your guys' feedback and we'll kind of. I wish I had like a professional mixing where I can do like StreamYard and shit, where I can switch from camera to camera. But right now I'm just stringing. It's a direct connection from my microphone here to my using the star, showing you guys the angles. But Starlink, I got to stay far enough away from the bank so the trees don't block the. Yeah, I'm still 25 feet out here. I thought I'd be scooching a. And try to hold it. All right, there's where it starts to come up. So angle back out into the wind. Just kind of letting the wind blow us backwards right now, so I can hold that here. Here, fishy, fishy. Are you guys still picking up my audio okay? I want to make sure it stays connected so you can hear me with the wind muff versus going to my back camera and you can't hear me at all. Oh, I just went from 20 feet up to 14. So definitely came up the ledge. I'm going to let the wind blow me around this point then, and then we'll just start working the point. Shane said G. That's good. That means he can hear me. He dropped a G in the chat for Gramps. Still lots of good rock out here. 13 feet. Went from 25 feet to 13. So we kind of went up on the ledge. But I'm going to go around this corner and then we'll just start working this bank up. See maybe if we can catch some fish that are chasing, you know, bait fish that are being pushed up against these rocks. Either camera angle is fine. All right. I figured I'd try this a little bit because maybe then you can see a little more. But then again, sometimes I like to show it where it's like fishing to do, But I'm also running a chassis, so if we catch anything good, I can edit that video as well. Nope, I'm letting the trolling motor push me more towards the bank than I want to be. Kind of want the wind to carry me around it, and then I can hug this bank as we work our way up it. But I kind of want to drag this football jig over these rocks too. But that one might be a little too big for being this close. Because that's a little too much weight for as big as this chunk rock is. Shane don't care what the angle is as long as we catch a fish. Probably shouldn't have thrown that football jig up there. That chunk rock is a little too big. Be better with the smaller jig. Where is that one? Oh, that one's right here. With our little more finessey jig. A little closer quarters combat. That's our little 1/4 ounce jig. Of course, it's going to get thrown around these waves. Yeah. Yes, it's not even heavy enough to really sink without moving with the line. We're going to grab our urchin again here in a second. Make our way into the bank, and then we'll just hug this wall. Actually, I don't know if it's going to blow me around a little bit. And we're going to run the bank, see if we can find somebody pushing that stuff up against the rocks. Finesse jig, little 1/4 ounce Strike King with a Berkeley Super Trooper on it. Like that green pumpkin and orange, give them some color. That's what it's all about. You got that right. Get that a little closer. Oh, look, the rain's pushing that way. It's staying to go that way, and we got sunshine here. All right. Work the shade. Give us a smelly in the shade. Just fish. I don't care what it is. I'm going to throw that urchin over these rocks. One thing I really like about that prickly pear is I can let it sink as far as I want, but it won't get stuck in the rocks. Because it's so big, it sits like on top of it. It doesn't really find a crack to go down in. Then I can pop it and jerk it off of it. Jerk it off. What are you, 12? Yeah, forever. Forever. But that's one thing I like about the bulk of that bait is you can fish it in all this, chunk rock and stuff like that. And when it lands down on top of it, it just sits on top of it. Because it's not like a tiny little jig or something that'll fall down in there and get stuck. And I'm like, okay, there's a lot of different advantages to that bait. That is just something they haven't seen before. That said, let's pick it up, stop talking about it. Get it up there and start popping it over these rocks. Catch us our PB, what do you say? Actually, you know what? While I'm out here, before I hug those rocks, I'm gonna work this big glide, this Chad shad. We haven't caught a fish on it before. Why not give it a shot? Before we get around there in those waves and whatnot, work a little bit of this stuff. Maybe we can call one up. Every year I say I'm gonna catch one on this thing, and every year I haven't, because I just don't pick it up. I told myself when I was off, there are some things we're gonna change. We're gonna do what we say we're gonna do. We're gonna get back to fishing with Gramps. Boat, kayak, bank, crappie, bluegill, smallie, largemouth. Not just tournaments. Have some fun. Get back to it. Know what I mean? Do it a little different. I got so hung up in qualifying for this and doing that. Don't get me wrong. My goal in life now that I've done the KBF, made the 100, fished in the championship. And again, let's not pretend I'm ever going to cash a check or, get a trophy. I don't care. I just want to qualify to be there. You know what I'm saying? So we did the KBF. We made the top 100. We got our board. The next goal, the next life goal as far as tournaments go, because I've qualified for the Grubby Championship here in the state. My next two goals are going to be to qualify for the brand new Indiana Kayak Bass Nation Championship. Can't do it this year. They've had their first 3 events and then their last events in a couple of weeks. Then they have their championship before they go to the big classic. But my goal next year is to qualify for the state Indiana Kayak Bass Nation Championship. Which ain't easy, man. We got freaking hammers in this damn state. But that'll be a goal. And then when we get back to traveling nationally, because I don't have my Fish Texas kayak trailer, I won't have that till probably, next spring. Because, we helped create a monster. And even though we're the part of the Fish Texas kayak fam, I can't cut the line. Be cool if I could, but can't do it. I gotta wait like everybody else. So I got a little portable trailer for traveling the state. But then when we get back geared up to fish nationally again, because first goal first, I gotta qualify for the state. That'll be goal number 1. And then after that, if we do that, we fish the state championship, cool. Then we'll start traveling around the country again, using the state and the national trails to try to qualify for that classic. Shane said it's starting to rain there now. Okay, yeah. Where are you at, Shane? You don't have to say if you don't want to. Boy, that just looks good. 1/2 turn makes it, I'm gonna bet like it floating backwards through here. See if I can call a big one up. I'm in 12 feet, but I know that's skinnier water. So if somebody's around, I'll come up and hit it. I'm just turning it enough so that it makes one dart in one direction, and then I let it sit, and then do it again, go in another. Where there's that pause as it goes boom, boom, boom. But yeah, that's what we'll do tournament-wise in the future. Try to qualify for the state, and then try to qualify for the big one. The big one being the life goal. Not to win it, not to cash a check, not to bring home a trophy, just to fish it. I do that, and I know that I'm up there with the best to qualify. Hell yeah. That will be something. That will be something. Well, it'd be cool if we can get a giant to eat that damn thing. I see the appeal, though. I do see the appeal. I understand why they'd want it. The cool thing is I'm not really worried about the splash because I think a bass might think that, you know, something was chasing it, and then that's why it. Welcome, welcome. Trying to hope it's away from us. Haven't had a bite yet. This is that funky time of year where it's post spawn for all the fish. Most likely, the big ones are out deep on a point, doing what they do. Starting to get into that summer pattern, but you know, I think we're in the middle of all of that going on. So it's that you can catch any fish anytime, just who freaking knows. But, you know, we'll give it a shot. I'm not committed yet to go parking out on a point. I need to get more anchor line for the boat. I need to get like 50 foot of rope. Oh, wait a minute. Well, no, I need to do that so I can actually park out and sit on a point in that 25 feet of water or whatever. Since I don't have spot lock, you know, you gotta make your own spot lock. But yeah, over the next few weeks it'll be like that. But 4th of July weekend, I'm making my first ever trip to Michigan. And we're gonna go fish with the Extreme Outdoorsmen, chasing some big smallies. Looking forward to that. You're on Lake Sinclair in Georgia. Where are y'all? I'm on Patoka Lake in southern Indiana. It's like the second biggest lake we have. And it's one of the ones that gets beat up by all the pros, but it's one of the places that's got a lot of the bigger fish. They're hard to find, but you know, you find one, it's going to be in a place like this. I generally fish out of a kayak and hit a lot of bodies of water that are a lot smaller. But I had open heart surgery last year, so I sold all my kayaks because I didn't think I'd be able to kayak fish this year. You know, and then I know next year I'll get another kayak to do all that because I still need hernia surgery because I had a hernia right before my heart attack after cleaning up from tornadoes from last year. So I can't be dragging kayaks around creeks and rivers like I like to do. So I'm fishing out of the boat, and then I'll get a kayak later after I get my hernia surgery. But I can't have hernia surgery until I have gone a full year after my heart surgery, and then I have my annual heart checkup, and then they can take me off of my blood thinners that I'm on, and then a couple months after that I can probably get my hernia surgery to get all that fixed up. So yeah, it was a calamity of errors, but I bought a boat back during COVID basically to fish, crappie and bluegill fish with my grandkids, but it's just sat there. But I'm glad I have it because it gives me a way to fish this year while I still have a hernia, and I want to be able to get out on the water. Yeah, we're in southern Indiana on Patoka Lake. It can be a tough nut to crack. This is good smallmouth, mostly largemouth, but it's got some good smallmouth in it too. It's starting to be a growing thing. So because of the smallies, I'm down here trying to figure them out. But I've mostly been a largemouth fisherman my entire life. But yeah, how's the fishing in Georgia? I love fishing down south, going to Lake Guntersville in Alabama. I keep telling my good friend, the fluke master, Gene Jensen, that I'm coming down to Georgia and go fishing with him one of these days. But like I said, I gotta kind of get healed up. But I'm kind of working this little point area with this big glide, Chad Shad, the Spro version of it, just because I've never caught a fish on it. See if we can find somebody that wants more than a snack. We're looking at a big dog who wants a meal. I'm gonna do this for a couple more minutes, and then we're gonna grab that Hag's prickly pear and work our way up this bank. See if we can find somebody using these waves and pushing these bait fish or crawls up against the rocks. The Chad Shad is kind of cool. I want to kind of get this down because I've got two other custom glides. One's a gift from a buddy. This thing is actually huge. It's like a foot long. And then the other one's like a custom that a buddy built for me. And it's a little bit smaller than this one, but I kind of want to get the technique and everything down before I throw his. I want to know that I can kind of figure it out and do it before I risk, a couple $100 bait that buddy built for me. It's really cool, but I've had it sitting in a box like in a display for the last year and a half. And I told him, I said, this is the year I'm going to fish it. I was going to do it last year, but went down with a thing. But this year I'm going to catch it just because out of love for him. Bogs. I'm only going to take out the crankbait that he built for me and the glide that he made. Can't tell me there's not a bass along this point. I know there's one up here. But yeah, welcome in. If you're new here, my name is JT. Welcome to the Fishing with Grams YouTube channel. We've been making fishing YouTube videos here since COVID. Grown to a fishing fam up to 35,000. That is absolutely insane to me. If you told me I'd ever get more than 1,000 people subscribed to my channel, I would have told you you're crazy, but we are blessed with an awesome fishing fam. We've been away for almost a year. We just started doing videos again the last 2 months, maybe 6 weeks. But we're going to get back to doing our live streams from the thing where we just sit around and BS with people, talk fishing, and probably on a Sunday nights when I'll start doing it. Go back out and getting some guests to come on. Chit-chatting with the fishing fam, talk about baits. And then we're going to do live streams like I'm doing here. Normally you ain't live streaming from this lake, but I was like, you know what? We're going to change it up. We got Starlink, and we're gonna do it to it. Speaking of Starlink, I'm going to make sure I stay away so I don't interfere with the signal. Come on, give me a glide bait fish. That would be so cool. I just want a big one to come rip this thing out of my hands. That'd be so awesome. Speaking of which, I got to get my net back up here out of the floor so I don't jack around and lose the fish while I'm trying to fight one later. Get it up here where I can get the net up here where I can do it. Make sure I don't crack this thing on those rocks either. I need to hit that point across the way too. That island looks like it comes out of ways. Huh, I got a party boat up here. Got a slide on the back. Slow the motor down a little bit. Oh, they're pulling a tube. He's like, man, are they gonna come up and fish my spot? But no, they got some kids playing in the water. We just went over a big bait ball right there in 13 feet. Yeah, this weekend we're gonna upgrade the electronics. I finally got all the stuff in for the microscope. It's a newer graph because later on. So I've got Gen 1 and Gen 2 live scope. The Gen 1 will go on the boat, the Gen 2 will go on the kayak. And like I said, I use them mostly for finding stuff to fish. I can't chase the fish in open water like the pros can, but it'll make it easier finding spots to fish. Plus it gives me access back to my mapping software. You guys can't see from back there, but I got a little bitty 5-inch graph, a Humminbird up here. But we're gonna go ahead and put the 10-inch Garmin up here with the Gen 1 live scope, and that way I can get my maps and mark waypoints and all that good stuff instead of just, water temp and depth. But I've got 2 different graph mounts, so I can have one set up on the kayak and one on the boat, but use the same graph. Make it nice. Alright, am I not going to catch one on? Come on, give me a glide fish. I need a glide fish. We're getting ready to get sketchy, so we're going to start hugging the bank here in a minute. But yeah, that wind is starting to cook again. Well, I was protected from the wind a minute ago, but oh, don't tell me that was a raindrop. No, surely not. I need to get this closer. See if I can find somebody up there shallow. I don't know if I feel raindrops or not. I feel like I'm feeling them, but could just be a little sprinkle. Yeah, the wind's starting to pull that bait to the top. I'm getting a little sprinkle, but hopefully it's not that much. I'll keep an eye on my tablet, make sure it don't get wet. I'll have to put it in the backpack and keep it dry. I feel like the Starlink will be fine because, I know they stay outside, so the battery for it's underneath, so it won't be that big of a deal. Yeah, we're getting the waves now. Speed up a little bit. Come on, give me a glide fish. I love how white that thing is because they can see it, but I can see them flash on it if they hit it. Of course, me trying to fish left and watch a trolling motor, it's gonna be a sideshow. A big one to come up and smack it. Of course, that's the thing about this bait. If you get smacked, it probably will be a big one. I think I've got like 20-pound fluoro on this thing. Coming right over the top of these rocks. This chunk rock that comes out. big enough. If they're down there and they see it, they'll come up for it. The water's clear enough, they should be able to see it from a good way down. I'm just waiting for something big to rip this out of my hand. Of course, also gotta be careful of toothy critters here too. Didn't even think about that. There's big wipers and all kinds of toothy stuff, and they like white. I should probably pick that urchin up thinking about it. I could get a monster on here of the other kind. Alright, we gave that a shot. Let's go back and grab the old prickly pear. See if we can get some action off of that bad boy, pulling it over these rocks. Alright, where are you at? There you are. Throw this prickly pear over these rocks and then fish it like a jerkbait, kind of like a Senko jerkbait combo. So we can find somebody hanging out like right on these rocks or around them, looking for the craws or looking for bait fish being pushed up onto them. Almost tempted to put a little heavier weight because of the waves. I've got the jewel baits, Jiggo or whatever they call it. Do I got? Oh yeah, we got a fish. We got a fish. Looks like a green fish. Here we go. Hag's prickly pear. Probably about a pound and a half maybe. Go. Fish on. Fish the boat. Here we go, guys. Probably about a 13, 14 inches. I didn't get my board out. Get a quick. I gotta pay attention to the boat and the wind, but oh hey, another one on the Hag's prickly pear. There we go. Nice. Let's go. Just popping this thing over some rocks. That's how you do it. Perfectly hooked right in the bottom of the mouth. There we go. Nice fish. There we go, gang. I know a lot of guys are fishing these with frog hooks and treble hooks, but for me, the Owner Sniper finesse hook, it's like a heavy gauge or it's like a heavy Nico hook is what it is, but paired up with the jewel baits weight, hooks them right in the corner of the mouth, top of the mouth, and just keeps them pinned. But yeah, I mean, ever since I've done it like this, I have not lost a fish yet, so works absolutely perfect. There's Alex. That's right, baby. We'll take a page out of Alex's book. Bing bong. Fish on. We don't catch giants that Alex does now. Don't get me wrong. Once or twice a year we might. But if you ain't following Alex on the water, especially on Twitch, look, it's raining but the sun's out. Fair. I mean, I'll live with it. But if you're not following Alex on the water and all the socials, that's my dude. That is my dude. Down south. Always catches some good fish. He's on TikTok. He's on the Twitch. He's on the YouTubes. Because he's watching me here. Yeah, but he awesome ambassador for the sport of kayak fishing, which is what I normally am, but hey, we fish how we can fish right now. Yeah, be sure to go follow Alex and his adventures. We met, man, what's it been, dude? 3-4 years ago at the KBFNC down in on Kentucky Lake, and been good friends ever since. You know how it is when you find the right kind of people. Not asshole, just love to fish, bring great spirit and love for the sport, and just, you know, good people. That's who we try to surround ourselves with. And Alex is definitely good freaking people. Love our people. The fishing fam all over the country. 3 years, yep, man. Seems like yesterday, don't it? That's just because we're getting younger, right? Yeah, the old prickly pear hags. $10, you can still get them on their website. The Rod Locker will be carrying them. The Rod Locker has been stocking hags baits because they make a lot of other good stuff. But yeah, they're still $10. They're not, you know, overcharging and all that. You can go to Hag's website and order them direct from there. Eventually, they'll have them at the Rod Locker, where then you can use the code. Oh, I think I missed one. I think somebody gave it a little love tap, and I wasn't paying attention. Now, I could have had a crappie or bluegill carrying it, because I felt it move. I didn't feel it hit. But, you know, I don't know. Could have been somebody nibble. But I think I might have missed. Or somebody just picked up one of the little prickly pears. But yeah, these things are pretty good. $10. I do have a koiki. I was able to find one somewhere. I don't remember where. But I'm gonna sit down this week, and I might go live on Sunday. And I'll kind of go through what I've kind of found. Because you guys know, I didn't think I was fishing this year, so I sold all my baits on Whatnot over the winter, just because, you know, I was like, I didn't want a bunch of stuff sitting around rotting and not being used. And I was like, I'll just reload in 2027, you know, buy whatever's new then. And then it turns out my doctor, when I went for my hernia checkup, you know, I was like, well, what are my limitations? And she's like, well, and basically until it hurts. I'm like, come on, man. And she's like, obviously don't be dragging and reaching and lifting and, you know, doing all the crazy shit that gave you the hernia in the first place. But I was like, well, can I fish? She's like, well, you know, test your limits and see if you know, if you sit, you know, if you're doing it and it hurts anything in your middle, then obviously no. But you know, she said find your limitations. So I went bank fishing 2 or 3 times. That worked. My biggest fear was stepping in and out of the boat. But you know, that's been button kind of roll in the boat. So as long as I'm not like long stepping and overdoing it, but so far things, you know. So well, I'm like, well, shit, I ain't got nothing to fish with, so bought some prickly pears, bought some nail weights, found some chatterbaits. I found one box and a bag of stuff that I'd actually set aside and put away for my trip to Minnesota last year. So I got all kinds of smallie stuff, but I don't have a lot of like largemouth stuff. So I picked up some stuff at the rod locker when I was down there for the opening. Grabbed some more chatterbaits because you know Gramps has got a chatterbait. Have not caught a chatterbait fish this year. Of course, probably because I keep throwing this thing, you know, playing with it and learning about it. Because it's a trend. But I think this is a trend that's going to be around for a little while because this damn thing just catches fish. And I've got some ideas that after next weekend, I'm going to fish this different than the way that I've seen anybody do yet. And I have a feeling, I'll say that. But I'm going to get these electronics stored, and then next weekend, I'm going to do some experiments. And yeah. Now, people saw me put one on a chatterbait, post a picture. I was trolling. Because if I was actually going to throw that, I would have taken the skirt off of the chatterbait. But I mean, realistically, as big as that thing is, I think it would interfere with the it's not needed. I mean, I don't need that vibration. The action this thing puts off when you pop it, it's like a spider, you know, being flung through the water, and then when it stops, it pops its legs back open. But I've got a couple other ideas since I'm messing with these. And, you know, the hags don't cost too much. And why do I keep saying hags versus like all the other? Well, because I found them. They're a bait company in Texas. They keep them in, you know, they've been getting them in stock. And hey, another small biz in Texas, why not? You know, but the prickly pear, like I said, I haven't fished the actual quakey yet. I've got one. I mean, I could throw it on today if I wanted to, just to see. That'd actually be a good idea. It's kind of reddish. It's kind of reddish. The legs on it are a little different. My problem is I've only got the one, and I want to kind of talk about it in a video and a live stream, or at least in a live stream, so you can really see and compare the two. Because I didn't realize what the differences were, but I see the pros and cons in both. Actually, saying because I plan on doing a live stream on Sunday to talk about it, along with, you know, update too. People hear about my updates in different ways. Some people watch my live stream. Somebody see me on TikTok or Facebook or Instagram. You know, I even know this. There's 2 different sides of YouTube. And I should have thought about that, and I meant to do it today. But there's a short side of YouTube, and YouTube shows them completely to different audiences. Now, I got some people that watch my shorts and my wide format videos, but I noticed when I went live from my phone here a couple weeks ago, that video got over 1,000 views, where like everything else has gotten 3 or 4. So if I take that camera that's back there and put it in the other case where I can do it like in a shorts format, I get the feeling a lot more people see it, because a lot more people watch like that angle of stuff on their phone, if that makes sense. So I might do that next time I'm out here, is I got to find that case that lets me mount it back there on that thing and do a phone view, if you will, and see what the views are like in that too. Hey, Gramps, just sold my LTE, upgraded to a Titan 12.5, using the money from LTT, buying my friend's 14-foot John boat with a 15. Hey, hell yeah! So you've still got your Titan X, but you're getting a John boat so you can take some friends out. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That way you can hook up more people, but then still have your kayak to do our kayak things. And that's exactly why I kept my boat, and that's why exactly I'll get another kayak, you know, going down the road when I'm allowed to, because you know they don't want me dragging the kayak, you know, this and that, and lifting and all that. You know, in the boat, I don't have to do anything but drive it on the trailer, drive it off the trailer. So we'll get another kayak set up for next year, but we're going to be boat fishing. You know, we're going to have some fun. Hey, we're fishing. That's all that matters. Kayak, boat, bank, whatever. I'll be bank fishing tomorrow. Taking my son and his wife, go and catch some crappie and bluegill. He also said there's some bass in there too, so I might be a crappie rod and a bass rod. Probably bring this bass rod, throw the urchin. Any fish? Yeah, I finally caught one a couple minutes ago. We were out dragging a point deep earlier, but no luck there. And we moved up against this bank where the waves are kind of throwing the stuff against this rock wall that's. We've been rolling the skunk for a while. Here's it's post-spawn for both the largemouth and the smallmouth. The bluegill are just finishing up their stuff, and a lot of the fish are hauled off deep. I don't have spot lock on this boat, so it's hard for me to go sit on a bank because I forgot to buy an anchor rope so that I can anchor in deep water. I have 2 anchors in this boat, but normally when I'm fishing it, I'm fishing for crappie in shallow water, and so the ropes are only like 10 feet long. Even when I tie them together, it's not deep enough, it's not long enough for me to sit out in the 25 foot of water I need to cast up cast up to some of the points. So I got to go get a 50-foot rope so I can anchor myself and then do some ledge fishing and stuff like that. But yeah, we don't have spot lock on this boat, so I'm just trying to control it with my foot. You know, this is more of a crappie boat, and I want to use it for a bass boat as well. But I got an old school trolling motor on it, a 5-inch grab, so I need to go get a 50-foot rope, or at least a 30-foot rope, so I can sit out on some of these points and drag these ledges like I would generally do in my kayak with with my anchor wizard. But yeah, we're just right now we're pushing along this big rock bluff wall. Let me kind of turn the boat into the bank so you can kind of see it from back there. Oh, there we go. There's a fish. Or was it? I think I got a stick. I felt something pulling, but I think I got onto a stick. And then when I went to pull on it, it let go. There's a lot of branches and crap thrown up against these banks right now from all of the storms we've had. This lake is still up like 3 to 4 feet, I believe. And then another one of the bigger lakes I fish out of the boat is up like 12 feet still. But I haven't fished these lakes in a few years because I've been, fishing out of a kayak for tournaments and stuff, and we generally fish smaller bodies of water. But since I'm in the boat, and since we now have the Indiana Kayak Bass Nation Series in Indiana, the first year that's going on, I'm out using my boat to kind of relearn these lakes again for next year when I can start competing again. Dude. Yeah, I'm actually going in a couple weeks with a outdoorsman in Michigan. If you guys have seen his YouTube channel, he fishes up on Lake St. Clair, and he's got over 30,000 subs, but he decided to start guiding smallmouth up there. So I reached out to him and said, hey, let's collaborate, do a video together. I want to learn how to catch, lake smallmouth, and take some of his experience and bring it back down here. So I'm going to go up and spend an afternoon and an evening on the water with him, and then I'll go out on the lake the next day and kind of scout around, learn the lake, because I've never been up to Michigan before. So, but yeah, I want to go get on the water with him, and we can make a video together and help promote his guide service He can put me on some smallies and teach me some stuff. And then I'm gonna, you know, I've been working on learning smallie stuff, but it's all on rivers and creeks here in Indiana. But now that we know that these two bigger lakes have smallies in them, I need to go learn from somebody who knows that kind of fishing. Because I grew up a river rat on the White River here in Indiana, but don't really know. But again, we're gonna go learn. We're gonna spend some time. I need to reach out to my buddy Ben Nowak. Oh, you live in the same county? That is cool as shit, dude. I'm gonna be up there the 2nd and 3rd of July. Is my goal. We need to hook up. If you're gonna be up there, just if anything, say hey and BS. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm gonna come up. I'm gonna get a hotel the night of the 2nd and stay there, and then try to fish on the 3rd. I don't know if that was a limb or if I think I hit another limb. I'm right next to this down tree, so it wouldn't surprise me. But yeah, I'm gonna be up there, dude. I'm going to be up there. First time. It's funny. I've been to every state in this country, and I don't know how many countless countries around the world when I was in the Army. I have never been to Michigan, and I live in Indiana. Isn't that crazy? Every other state but one. This will be my 50 for 50 trip. All right, I need to move up here because this stuff is in the sun, and I need to get up here in this shady stuff on the bank. Hell yeah. Shoot, dude, if you'd be down, I don't know what your schedule looks like, but on the 3rd of July, if you want to get in the boat with me, kind of show me around, that'd be cool as shit. We can do some video together. Go catch some fish. I'll put my chair in the back and let you show me the way. That'd be fun. Do a little collaboration video. I'm all about all that. We can have some fun. Damn sure make a trip out of it. Well, you can't tell me there's not some bass pushed up on these rocks. Right up on the rocks. I just feel like they're sitting there. I got the shade line like 5 feet out from it. Chunk rock wall. I just know there's some fish in here. And eventually, at some point, at some time, you can't tell me there's not going to be smallies up here. Now, I haven't got up here the butt crack of dawn in the morning yet, just because work has been so insane and I need my sleep. But now that my inspection at work is over, and I can actually relax a little bit. This last 3 months has been 2 months of preparation, and then basically this last 3 weeks of going through it have just drained me. One of these days I'm gonna get up here at the butt crack of dawn. You can't tell me there won't be fish. Oh, I don't need no money for gas, bro. I'm monetized on YouTube, even though I only make a couple $100 a month. That basically covers the Starlink, but I'll write the trip off as a business expense, so we can have some fun. If you're willing to take me out and go fishing, that's all I ask. That would be an absolute blast. My only goal this year has been to learn how to catch smallies better, but I still want to catch that first 20 inch. I've come close at 19 and a half 3 times, but oh dude, Yeah, if we can get out and catch some smallies up there, that'd be amazing. There's another bluegill. Get off my bait, little shit. I actually caught a bluegill on the uni at Monroe last weekend. It was funny. I wasn't live streaming then. I was just kind of running around looking at the lake. Buy snacks. Heck yeah. There we go. You can keep me in Celsius or Monster. 0 sugar, of course. Yeah, that'd be awesome, bro. That would be great. That'd be 2 back-to-back fishing trips. That'd be awesome. And the reason why I want to learn that, you know, at least where to kind of like go up, is I got a son, my oldest, who went to Afghanistan years ago. He's out now. But we said while he was deployed that when he got back, you know, we would take a big trip to Florida and, you know, and go down there and catch some big green fish. But and, you know, had a blast doing that. And he was down in Georgia at Fort Benning for a few years. So, you know, he's caught, you know, pretty good big fish down there. But what he's never caught is I don't know that he's caught a smallie yet. So we got to talking. I said, dude, it's, you know, like 16, 17 hours to Florida. Or if I go learn how to catch smallies up on St. Clair, that's only like 5.5 hours away. And he was like, oh, hell yeah. So my whole goal in life is to be able to come up there and find like a few places and learn a little bit, you know, how to catch them. And then you know, one of these days when the girls are at his mom's or at their mom's, and he could take a weekend and come, you know, then I would bring him up there and we would come try to chase, you know, like a 5-pound small. You know what I mean? So I want to learn for myself, but I also really want to learn for him because, like I said, he's caught some bigger greenfish, you know, down south when he was stationed down there, and then he caught those big king salmon up there, but he's never caught I don't even know if he's caught a smallmouth yet. Which is funny because one of the best places in Indiana to catch them is right behind his apartment complex in Indy. But he doesn't have a kayak, and he's always got, you know, when he's got the girls, you know, he'll go bank fishing and stuff. But he still hasn't caught a smallie up there. But I was like, you know what? Our dream trip will be go up to St. Clair and spend, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 days up there and try to get on some big smallies. So that is my ulterior motive, is to learn how to catch them and then take him up there with me. Because, you know, it was funny. I promised him that when he was gone, I'd lose weight. He promised me he'd come back. And we both kept up our end of the deal. We just never went on the trip. So that is the goal. That is the goal. All these rocks up here, waves beating on in them. I know there's a fish in here. Local kayak, yeah. So part of the group I'm with here in Indiana, Grubby, it's the Grassroots Bass Yak, and it's like our biggest kayak series in the state. They've got like, I don't know, 30 different tournament areas around the state. And but they go up to St. Clair once a year for one of their events. And so I haven't done that yet, but, you know, in the future I will. Especially if I got some place to go and come up with a kayak later on. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. But yeah, those guys absolutely love that, and they look forward to that every year. It never worked out where I could go, but my life priorities are changing now. Back to having fun. Now, I did catch a smallie here last weekend along this bluff wall. Probably about 13 or 14 inch, but it was an absolute blast. And it was the first ever smallie to bless the boat. We caught them in a kayak, we caught them on the bank. But we had never caught one in this boat, and we did that last weekend. It was really cool. It was along this stretch somewhere. Almost hit that bird with my bait. Yeah, there's something to these prickly pears, though. Pop it like a jerk bait, fish it like a Senko, let it fall, pop, pop, let it fall. It's like when it stops after that second pop and they open back up is when they hit it. But I love the fact that you can fish them and they don't get stuck down in the rocks because it's such a big bait. You know, it can't get stuck down in the cracks of the rocks. So I can really kind of work it right over these rocks without, like a jig or a Senko, getting stuck. And with this 3/32 jewel weight that I'm using, it falls just slow enough. Part of the Topwater series owned by Water Dog Outfitters. Oh, that's the, okay, yeah, that's where they get a lot of their stuff at, yeah. Jeff and guys at Kayak Adventure Series, Jeff and Paul. I just saw those guys at Kayak Adventure Series a month ago up here in Indiana. And so yeah, I recognize the name of the place. Kayak Adventure Series is actually in the Juniata in Pennsylvania this weekend. So jelly. I can't wait to get back there. Fish the Susky and fish the Juniata again. That place is amazing. That's alright. I'm not going to cry over spilled milk. We'll be back at it again. Love the Kayak Adventure Series. If you guys are anywhere close to there this weekend, you should go fish that event. Absolutely fantastic. I'll be looking forward to watching that as it happens. Seeing the fish come on the board. Because, I mean, I know there's some big smallies caught up there too. Come on, fish, where you at? I know somebody's over there. I'm trying to stay far enough away. If there's a smallie, they can't see me. The green fish, they don't really care as much. Them bronze, they're like, if I see you, I ain't getting near none of that. I'm just letting this pop right on the rocks. I haven't crossed over and fished. I don't think I fished around that bend yet either. What time is it? 5 o'clock. I remember what time we've been live. Probably been live like 5 hours now. Been a little while. I'm gonna catch a fish right here. Right along this little stretch. The wind has settled a little bit, so I don't have the waves like we had. And the rain is pushed off. I see the rain over there off to the right, but we're clear where we're at. We got some clouds in the sky. Probably got a good 3 hours of fishing left. So my tablet's at 48%. Yeah, I'll be back before I know. I was, honestly, when I was going through it, it was hurt. I mean, it was hard mentally. And I was struggling and I didn't know it. And a lot of people don't, it's like one of those things until you get help, you don't know you need help. But honestly, we're coming up, we're a couple weeks away from we're a month away from the 1 year from my heart attack. And I think we're actually at the 1 year of when I got my double hernia. Oddly enough, storms came through last night and kind of triggered the the memory of the storm that came through last year that whacked my truck and, you know, took the roof off of all that. Been a year ago. Hit my house, hit my truck. But, you know, now, you know, okay, time's flying. You know, it's like, okay, I can do this. I've had to give up the end of the season last year, and, you know, but back then I was more worried about, you know, cracking my rib cage open and getting hurt, you know, more and recovering to make sure my heart was okay. But, you know, we know we're okay now. And there's a bluegill fluttering on my bait. I should skip that uni under there and catch him. But, you know, we're getting to where we're coming up on we're going to have all my annual checkups, make sure our ticker's ticking the way it should. And titanium plates are holding everything good. You know, eventually we'll come off these blood thinners and get the hernia surgery and get back in a kayak next year, you know. But, you know, we're just taking it a day at a time. I am literally doing right now what I did not think I would be able to do this entire year. So, knowing I can fish for the next, you know, several months until I get the hernia surgery and then got to recover from that, you know, hey, life is good. Gramps is alive. You know, it's all right. We're okay. You know, we're okay. We're fishing. We're on a fishing mission. I'm sitting in the boat, throwing this caught a fish, didn't get skunked. I'm gonna catch another big one. And you know, we brought the Fish with Gramps channel back to life. It laid there for 9 months with nothing on it. But we're back. Making some videos, doing some lives, catching a fish here and there. There's a golden finch flying in front of me. Pretty bird. Life is good. Been watching out my back door on my back porch. I put my feeders up and my hummingbird feeders. So I don't have as many hummingbirds this year as I've had in the past. It seems a lot of people saying their numbers are down, but I got a bunch of cardinals and blue jays that feed on my 2 feeders out back. So when I'm sitting on my couch, you know, resting and taking care of myself, I got a great view. I got a badass woman who takes care of me, loves me to no end. Even when I piss her off and say dumb shit, lets me come fish, lets me do what I want to do. The 4th of July weekend, dude. I'll be up there. I'm driving up the 2nd of July and fishing with Dylan. And on the 2nd, and then I'll be staying up there and fishing on the 3rd. Hell, if we go crazy, I might stay up there on the 4th too. But yeah, I'm coming up and fishing with him on the 2nd of July, staying the night on the night of the 2nd, and then fishing on the 3rd. And if we're stupid, I might stay the night of the 4th of July as well. But knowing that, I'll probably come back the night of the 3rd, you know, after we get off the water. Or I'll stay the night again and then, you know, get up early on the 4th and get home so I can, you know, spend the holiday with Fran and the babes. Yeah, and my youngest son, because his birthday's on the 4th, so knowing him. These bluegill, I'm getting on bluegill beds too because I'm feeling some taps. Feeling some little taps. I can't believe we only cut the one up through here, but you know, you never know. Might go across the way to fish that like island over there. I've been looking at it. we can come back and hit this again at sundown, coming back the other way. Maybe. I don't know that I've gone around that corner up there yet either, because that might be like this, and I'm missing out on fishing it too. I need to slow down since the wind isn't pushing me as much as it is. I feel like I'm going too fast. Turn the motor back down. I think that's what I'm doing is I'm covering too much ground too fast and not making as many casts in each little area as I need to. I want to like hit every section and every nook of these walls. We're in 17 feet out here, but it's like 2 feet right there against the rocks. So I want to kind of slow down and hit every little morsel of this. I've got a 135 amp battery, so I mean, it's not like I'm gonna wear the shit out anyway. Third available, yes sir. I'll get around this corner, I might grab that jig or that drop shot and work it out a little deeper too. I don't think this point is as deep and long as I think it is. Watch for some of these other guys are fishing too. Maybe I learned something. They in a B bottom over there. I think they're just boating. They don't have a trolling motor on, but that doesn't mean they won't drop an anchor and catch a fish. Oh, there's a fish. Oh. Well, shit. Next time, set the hook, dummy. I thought I had him, but I didn't. Gotta slam the hook. I keep forgetting because that was probably a 13 or 14 incher. I just assume they get bit, but no. This is the way this thing's set up. You gotta hook them. Gotta drive that hook in. They may just grab the bait and be careful, but you still gotta slam it. Treat it like a Texas rig. And I didn't. I kind of lifted like I was fishing a Senko. Forgot what I was doing there. Little lapse of my own mind there, but I saw the lateral line on that one, so that was another largemouth, which makes sense. It was right there next to that log. But yeah, I've been so scared to set the hook because of my hernia. I sometimes forget that I'm okay, and I'm in a pivot chair versus my kayak seat. Like my PWR 129, it was a fixed seat, so I knew I couldn't slam a hook sitting in that. But if I had like an XTR that's got a pivot chair or like a Titan or something like that, then I know I'm fine because I can kind of turn with it and, you know, set the hook and drive it in. So something again I got to pay attention to. But my biggest fear when I was out here, and that's why I started fishing with sissy sticks, was because I can lift and not really twist, not worry about my hernia. But now that I'm fishing with these bait casters, you know, I know I'm okay. I got to remember to set the hook. Because I kind of fished that one like I was fishing a chatterbait, but I got to actually drive the hook into the corner of their mouth with this urchin bait. But it was good knowing I got bit. I just, you know, kind of got nonchalant with it and didn't really slam the hook home like I should have. Now that being said, you know, throwing a drop shot in some of this and pulling it off of that ledge might not be a bad idea either. But yeah, gotta set the hook. I can drive my left foot against the boat and turn my chair and slam the hook, and then that way I'm not torquing my body, if that makes sense. So yeah, like lessons learned, things I got to pay attention to. I think once I get around this corner, I might take that island over there. Because if I remember looking at the map, it comes out a little ways. I need to pull out my phone and look. Might bust out a jig or a big deep dive for some of that. Lots of stick-ups up here, so I gotta be careful. Really good with this setup coming through these branches, but that being said, I still think I want to pick up my jig. Not lose this one, on that. See, that's my chatterbait. Oh, here's my jig rod. Jig will be a little better coming through all these laydowns and stuff, so. I don't know why I keep throwing this little finesse jig. I got some 3/8 on there I probably need to throw on. But I got this little 1/4 ounce with this little strike king, little trooper, just for kind of keeping over these rocks. But it kind of shortens my cast. But I mean, no farther than I'm going, it actually works well. I think for these rocks, it actually works pretty well, so I don't get stuck. If I was on bogs, I'd probably have to go up to the 3/8 ounce. Speaking of bogs, my brother is going to be fishing his second grubby tournament over there tomorrow. He won the last one he fished there. He missed the first tournament of the year because he wasn't ready to fish. But he fishes the last 4. It's the last 4 that count for Angler of the Year. So he's won the first one. So that's kind of one of his things, is he's kind of made that his home pond. He's fishing it against the guys that have been, fishing that their whole lives. So he's kind of taking it a little challenge himself. There's the wind again. Pick back up. Yeah, I gotta turn the trolling motor up. Kind of being closer in, so I'm gonna scooch back in a little. See if I can get out of the waves, or at least out of the wind. There's another bluegill tapping on my jig. Don't eat my frickin' flippers, homie. Yeah, still got both flippers on there. More of the waves and the wind is picking back up again as we get back up towards this point. So I guess we've been pretty protected coming up around through here, but I don't know if the wind is hitting that island like I think it might be. Might have just go motor by it and just take a look at it and see what it looks like. But we'll focus on fishing this first. We'll get around the corner and then maybe motor over there. I want to motor up around that corner too. Kind of put some eyeballs on some of this stuff while I'm here. I keep saying every time I come here, I want to expand what I know a little more each time, so that when I start fishing tournaments up here, I've got a little more stuff. Now, am I scouting for everybody that I fish against in tournaments? Yeah. This is part of it, though. I'm showing everybody where to fish. But I mean, I don't care. I just need to finish in the top 10 a few times of those derbs next year. Qualify to make the state championship, and then just take it one thing at a time from there. Figure we can get some top 10s, be all right. I don't know what it takes to make it to the championship. I'll look into all that over the winter while I'm studying, so that I know what I need to do. But the goal will be to finish in the top 10 each time. Be looking forward to see what next year's schedule looks like. The Bassmaster Classic. Classic for this past year this spring, but now they're going to separate so that the kayak guys get their own stage and own glory, so to speak. So their championship, they have 2 in 1 year. You know, the one for 25 was earlier this year in 26, and then the one for 26 will be in the fall of this year. And then, you know, that way they can kind of expand so that people can, you know, have a couple of derbs at the end of the previous season going into the next, and that way you get like a full year of fishing. But Bassmasters decided that the kayak guys need their own big thing, so that's really cool. I always thought it was cool that they had both of them combined, but I get it. And bluegill, boy, they hit that thing as soon as it comes up against that wall. He's just over and over. But I cast it right up under that rocky ledge. Make sure he didn't chew off. Did he chew off one of mine? Yep, stole one of my flippers. Stole one of my flippers. We're going to fish with one for now. We'll put a new one on when they chew off the second one, as long as I got something back there for action. But I knew it as soon as he hit it. He followed that bait all the way down. It was like, bird. Yeah, I gotta remember to get the camera mount for doing the shorts video for the next one. The next time we go live. To see if that, I feel like I have a lot of people that watch both, but it seems like the shorts, that format draws a lot more people because of the way you hold your phone, you know what I mean? And being back there, it would show a whole lot more too, because I mean, it's a wider field, but it's a wider field, but at that distance you can see more, I guess, is what I'm saying. Alright, we don't have as many stick-ups through here, so I'm going to grab the old prickly pear again. Throw it right up on them rocks, because I don't have as many logs through this stretch. We were going through a little loggy stretch there, so maybe now we can get a bigger bite with the prickly pear. And try to make as many casts against these rocks as we can while we're here. I don't really do chips. I've been on a weight loss journey for the last 3 years, so I really don't even carry boat snacks anymore. Like soft beef jerky is kind of like my thing, but the prices of that shit's been crazy. Hopefully it comes back down. Man, I don't even know what I would tell you, like the boat snacks that I would have. I guess like, you know, jerky sticks or soft jerky, because I stick with mostly soft type stuff. I hadn't even thought about that because I've been off the boat for so long. You know, I'll grab some chicken or rotisserie, you know, on my way here or home. But like soft foods is like my big thing, protein wise. Got bluegill tapping this thing too, but and the other reason why I do soft stuff too is I've got very soft teeth. I lost my upper teeth years ago when I was in the Army. I was in an accident, and so I've always had an upper plate denture. But my lower teeth are soft too, and they're just soft teeth running my family. My dad was in dentures in his 20s. He literally got dentures when he got back from Vietnam. But I'm just one of those families that have got real soft teeth, so I generally I don't eat any like hard candy or caramel or stuff like that. So I pretty much one of those guys that stick with like steak, chicken, you know, easy like meats and stuff like that, and then like softer, like I said, jerky and stuff like that. Boy, it just seems like they'd be sitting right there on the edge of those rocks waiting for something to come by. I'm in kind of a sunnier spot right now, but those largemouth don't care as much as the smallies do, so. Jet ski. But I love over the top of it. The hook stays on top of it. Go style. It makes it, you know, where it pulls over stuff and doesn't pull the hook into it. It's really kind of nice. It's kind of like the ultimate Nico rig. To the base of this lay down. See anybody hanging around up there? An 11 foot of water out here. A little shallower. Take my foot off the trolling motor for a second. Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, I've been a lot more health conscious this last 3 years. I let myself get way too big. I think I topped out at like 346 pounds. I'm down in the 230s right now, but my goal this last year has just been maintain that weight loss, and I'm getting ready to, now that I'm done with my inspection at work, I'll be getting back in the gym because I've been so mentally drained coming home from work the last several months. Getting ready for this, but I'll get back in the gym. Did I catch a fish or do I have a stick? I'm gonna drive the hook just in case. Oh no! Hey, we got the one we're looking for. Come here, you. Don't you get off. I'm gonna let some line out. Get in my net. Get in my net. No, you get in my net. Come here. Ha 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 ha! We got bronze, baby. He's a dink, but I don't care. We got bronze. We got the bronze. Let's freaking go. He's about 12 inches, but I don't care. Come here, honey. Let me get my thumb in your mouth. There we go. We got a foot long bronze. Let's go. Yes, sir. Another one on the prickly pear. Get my net back here out the way. Bronze, baby. We will take that all day long. That's bronze. Get a picture of this bad boy for the gram. For the gram. Oh, hey! We come out hunting smallies. We found us a smallie. He ain't a giant, but he's a smallie. Bronze, baby. Let's go. Look at there, look at there. All right, we'll get you back in the water. Quit playing around. Yes, sir. We got bronze. Oh, the hags, prickly pear. I was actually expecting to catch a largemouth up here because we were more in the sun and kind of away from the rocks, but you know, we come around that point and there he was. Love seeing that. Oh, baby. That feels good, feels good, feels good. Let's go, Gramps, on the board with the green and the bronze. Green and the bronze. Fishing mission complete. Now we got one of each. Let's go catch us a 20. We'll take whatever's biting, that's for sure. Huh, there's another bluegill tapping as soon as I hit the water too. It's like, oh, oh, oh. Do we have another one? Hook be sitting and a bass be tripping. I love it. On the board, baby, on the board. We got the green, we got the bronze. Both keepers, by the way. 12-inch limit. We all know that Gramps is the dink master, but hey, 2 keepers on the board. Fishing mission. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. Oh, feels good. Gang, I can't tell you. After all that moping in the old Gramps chair at home in the garage. Well, in the man cave. Now, don't get me wrong. We had fun. We were a little depressed because we couldn't fish, but we built up our sports card collection because, you know, we hadn't been doing that for a few years. We painted the man cave. My Pacers got knocked out in the playoffs a year ago when Hallie went down. My Colts got off to a hot start. Then Jones went down. Caitlin Clark went down. Hey, guess what, everybody? Everybody is healthy. Halliburton coming back. Danny Dimes throwing dimes for the Colts in training camp. Caitlin Clark heating up, baby. Hey, the Hoosiers won a national championship in 2026. And all the rest of us were healthy. I feel like this would be a year for a PB, a Pacers run, a Fever run. Maybe the Colts make the playoffs. Hoosiers got a replacement quarterback. They retooled, looking good. Who knows? 2026. 2026. Gramps is back. Hallie's back. Caitlin's black. Caitlin's black. Caitlin's back. Danny Dime. No. Could be. Oh, Josh is trying to say that fish name out loud so it happens. No. But you know what? I ain't gonna bitch. It'd be fun to catch one. I don't want to break a rod to catch, but I mean, I ain't gonna lie. That would give me a hernia, dude. I'd have to cut that shit off. I'm afraid to see what happens if a 5-pound smallie gets on my line. I feel like the rod that's in my hand, and a couple of them, you know, they're built to. Oh, thought I felt a little tappity. But I'm afraid to feel, you know, what a 5 or 6 pound green or bronze fish is gonna do to me. But hey, I got the net right now. Now thinking about that, I struggled a little bit to get that out. I'm gonna put that over here, so I have a little. Well, somebody's tapping tappy. That could be a bluegill, but that could be a little fish that's too big or too little. He could be the right kind, but he might be the too small of the right kind. Man, I'm in 6 foot of water right here. I need to go out to that and throw that glide on top of this shit. I feel like that might be a thing. So I'm marking some fish out here under me, and it's 6 foot. And this is like a beautiful flat, but I'm gonna fish across this and then pull this prickly pear over a bunch of these rock piles as I go through this. There's another. Oh yeah, I got fish under me. I'm looking at my and we're gonna fish across these rocks and see if we can't pull somebody out of these rocks. Then we're gonna back up. We're gonna throw this glide over this flat. Cause it's like 6 foot deep under me right here. And if they're out here pushing these bait fish up, and I throw that glide over that might be. I might get my first glide bait too. First, I need to pick up my chatterbait because I ain't caught a chatterbait fish yet, and that just ain't right. Maybe I'll come back over this with a chatterbait and then a glide. I need to make sure I push myself out far enough because I gotta stay off of the rocks. Yeah, because now we're in 10 foot, so we fell off of that flat that's right there, but we're gonna work that flat too. But we're gonna come back to it. Turn the boat, yeah, because I'm in 12 foot. So yeah, that flat is something I definitely want to fish. Then we might go. Like I said, we're learning. I'm learning. We're learning this lake a little bit. Figure out what these fish are doing. I love this prickly pear over these rocks though, because it just doesn't get stuck. And it lets me sit like right on top of those rocks and pop it. And if they're in there pushing, looking for crawls and pushing bait fish against those rocks to trap them, I love this prickly pear just for that. Because if I'm throwing that jig or that jackhammer in there, I'm getting stuck. Even my Senko sinks fast enough that it would get kind of stuck. So I'm just going to position the boat where we're kind of facing out from the bank a bit. Now I'm showing you guys nothing because of the way the wind is kind of blowing us across this. But you'll see. But there's all kinds of stuff underneath, so we're definitely going to come back and fish this way as well. Because the wind's carrying me through here kind of quick. But we're going to come back and fish into the wind. But for now, I'm going to keep throwing this prickly pear up on these rocks. Because it's perfect and it doesn't get stuck. So that's one thing I really love about it. I'm going to make a longer cast, a little more line out. And if you hear the whir, that's my Metanium DC because it's windy and I'm fishing this on that combo. The best combo I own. Because it's a pretty lightweight bait, but I want to be able to drive it. It's the Loomis Carolina rig rod, but this is literally the best finesse jig rod that they make, and they call it the Carolina rig rod. It is so not, but it is perfect for small jigs and Texas rigs. And the Hag's prickly pear. More oomph on it. Get it in there on top of those rocks. So it's definitely bend the hook. It's a pretty stout sniper hook. I mean, it's a Nico hook, but it's built like one of those bigger ones. But then again, quit trying to jinx me. Them little fish are tapping it. Tap, tap, tap. And get on the other side of this log. Oh, not close enough. I wanted to lay it right next to the log. And then again, that's up on that rocky bank, so there might not be somebody sitting there. Let's check these next two. Yeah, the wind's kind of pushing me back into this cove now. That's not where I wanted that to go. But I still got a lot of rocks up there too, so I need to get this up on the bank because I want it to fall off the rocks right there where the shallow meets the deeper. Just kind of pulling it off the rocks into that shallow. There's another rocky bank right there too, but most of this back here is clay. I think as soon as I get around this corner, it's kind of what it's like. Yeah, the wind is pushing me now. I'm not on the trolling motor, but we're definitely moving. I'm just kind of guiding the nose. We're definitely going to come back and throw a jackhammer into the wind this way, because then the bait is coming the direction that the bait fish would be being pushed. All right, I need to get you back up up on them rocks as fast as possible. That's not close enough. I gotta get a little closer. I want this landing on the rocks and then falling off into the water. Too much. But the wind is really moving me too, so there we go. I need to get closer to that bank. I'm going to be like right up. I know these fish are laying right next to these rocks. So I want to, because what they're doing is they'll snuggle up out of the current on the back side of these rocks, and they'll wait for the current to blow the fish by them, and then they'll come out. But the wind is moving so fast that I'm hardly even make a cast where I want to. I'm trying to cast behind me on the back side of a lot of these rocks, but the wind is pushing me so fast it ain't funny. There's another bluegill. See that little spot right there where there's like 4 rocks stacked up? Yeah, you ain't gonna tell me. So I'm gonna throw it on the up current side of it and then let the current drag my bait around it. Oh, I'm running out of rock. I'm getting more into it. So I think we're gonna turn around. Do I go over those rocks? There's just not enough there to deal with. I'm gonna turn around. I'm gonna turn around and go back up that way. Yeah, it's a lot of bank, but I'm running into more clay over there, so we're gonna go back and throw this. Since we're going into the wind, you guys get a little better view back there. Just for the weight and the speed of the retrieve. Where are you at? Right there. Yeah, there we go. It's clouded up a little bit, but looking the way everything is coming, I mean, it's a nice cloud cover. Slow my motor down a little bit. That way I can slow my retrieve down. Like I said, I'm going to try to bring this past these rocks where they might they want to snack. Trying to pay attention to the chat every now and then, but I'm also trying to not get thrown in the rocks with the wind, and then you'll pay attention and catch a fish. So I'm kind of eyeballing where these rocks jet out so I can drag this jackhammer by them, but I got to stay far enough out so I don't end up in the rocks myself. And that island over there is calling my damn name. I know it's got a point that comes out. And I'm going to go check it out before we go back down this bank again. I do have another spot down there across from the boat ramp on the other side where it's a flat that bends into the bank but leaves like a flat of about 5 feet. I think right before sundown that might be a spot where they go push and feed too. I was kind of scouting it out the other day, but in the middle of the day versus like, you know, before the sun was going down, that might be where I fished last. Gonna get that sundown bite and really see if that's what I thought it might be or think it is. Because a lot of this is like scouting and then hitting them at the right time during the right time of day too. my big so far this year is about 3 pounds. Just taking me this thing today. Probably my daughter asked me if we won. Yep, that's her. Let me reel in and check this real quick. We're trying to get tickets to the World Cup matches in Texas. If I get drawn, I'm going to fly down there and go to one of the matches with her. Because it'd be worth it. And I get to see my baby girl. She's like, please, 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 please. All right, let me check my email. Not selected. Dang it. Oh well, we tried. A lot of people trying to get those World Cup tickets. I get it. She was hoping. She was trying. I was trying. Sorry, BBG. I tried. Yep. We put on our shots. You just never know. That's why it's a lottery. There's probably thousands of us trying to get those, the tickets that people donate for the veterans. That being said, I'm going fishing. She's like, she'll let me know when they do the next round. Maybe we'll get lucky. Who knows? Would have been cool to be able to go down and see the U.S. versus England. But that being said, that's the same. That would have been the same time I would have been up in Michigan, and I would have had to reschedule that trip. So it's win-win for me. I either would have been at the World Cup match, or with my baby girl, or I'd have been up in Michigan catching big smallies. And I'm not going to prioritize one over the other. Because I haven't seen baby girl since last year, this time when I was in the hospital. And we'll see her again soon. She'll come home at some point in time. I think she was talking about flying home to surprise one of my grandbabes. Well, between the birthdays of 2 of my granddaughters. So that would have been cool. But, that being said, we didn't win. We're going fishing. Like I said, win-win. We'll see her when we see her. In Texas next spring to my next Fish Texas kayak trailer. Drag Nick out to a lake and go fishing in the Lake Fork. Here, fish. Alright, we're getting ready to come back up on this flat. I'm gonna grab this glide bait. See if we can do something else we've never done before and catch one on a glide. It's that time of year. We got the old Spro shad. Alright. Oh, hey. It's not me backlashing and doing all that. There. Fix this. Get up here and get it organized. Make a good cast. Alright. That's better. We need to get a little closer to the bank, but for now, we're just, another battery in the old. Of course, that's when I'll catch one. And I only have a live stream catching it. Got to change out the battery on the DJI. Oh, big old houseboat coming. All right. Set you down for 1 second while we change the batteries. Change the battery. And with 6 DJI batteries, I don't have to worry about running out of juice. Because the back one is running off the power from the boat. Uh-oh. Not too far in here. Uh-oh. Oh, I got on a log. I got too close into the bank. Be careful with that. I didn't realize it went out as far as it did, but I should have remembered that. Figure this out. The wind is going to be terrible. Get it off the wall without breaking shit. Alright, we're going to figure this out. See if I can stay up on the trolling motor enough to... Lucky. Tree branch broke. Now we got to get us off the bank. Alright, trolling motor's turned. Gets off these rocks. Yeah, I got lucky there. It snagged on a piece of bark that was old, so I was able to shake it loose. Gotta be mindful of that, watching for the laydowns. Lucky there. Almost cost us the big bait. But we need to get up there where it's the 6 foot water at. I think the point that I'm looking at is it's kind of right there between where the 2 big rocks jut out. Kind of motoring up to it. We'll get up to that, and I still want to go check out that island. If I remember, there's a big flat that comes off of this south side of it, or whatever side that is of it. Since I'm moving the boat too, so rhythm, make it look natural. But it's high enough up in the water column that it'll pull them up. Yeah, that looks good as shit. That looks very good. I can see why these catch big fish. This little pool right up here is what I'm most thinking about. The wind's actually not bad either. I think I'm gonna be able to hit that island and not really have any problem. The wind was messing with us. Is pretty much cleared out. You can see the storm that was coming through has gone off that way, and everything else now. Sun's out, partly cloudy, beautiful day. I know there's walleye in here too. I need to tie a deep crankbait on. It'd be cool if I caught a walleye. I got a few deep divers that I bought from Germain as well on sale. So I had some ledge fishing stuff. Plus 3 baby jacks, 2 jigsaws, 2 mini maxes already this year. Yeah, we're fishing toothy. That's why I'm I'm probably showing this glide because I don't remember what these cost. They're like what, 50, 60 bucks or something, the Chad Shads. And I know the real, you know, the actual KGB Chad Shads are a lot more. If I get a toothy one on this, I'm in trouble. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. I was like, I don't need to pull this out here. Now I did just see Chad bust. That's a good sign. So I kind of want to, I'm going to try to spot lock myself here, so to speak, and then kind of fan cast this whole area because it comes out 6-7 feet deep for catching them on. Like I said, if I find somebody bigger, I'm just donating this glide bait to the cause. But maybe we'll catch a bass. Yep, there's another bait fish jumping. That's a good sign. That's kind of why I fished this flat. That's what my hopes were, because this whole pocket's like 6 feet deep with 14 to 20 feet deep around it. And so yeah, that's exactly why I wanted to kind of park here and kind of fan cast this little pool right here. Even though I know I should put that damn jackhammer on my hand and try to avoid a big critter. That's not the bass we're looking for. Now the funny thing is, I should have left my anchor out because I could probably anchor myself here and just work this really good for a bit. Saying that, I know I can do that. I know I can come back and do that. I want to go look at that island. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. You just bust out my deep diving crankbait rod. Putting that jackhammer through here for a little bit, and then we're gonna bust out the crankbait rod, put that one up, and go check at that island. I just feel like it. I'll trade out my big swim bait combo and throw in my KGB and a few other big swim baits. Well, that's the key thing too, is find what works, where you fish and what you want to do, and then that way you can, you know, play with other stuff that may be more. Have you thrown many big swim baits around your point, or is it too risky? Got a stick or a limb or oh, there's some grass down there. Okay. Push up here and let that sink down. I'm gonna run this along that bottom, but I knew I saw grass down through there too, so that is also good. Never throw it and spit lots on the reel. Yeah, I get you. Place it with, do you think? A bunch That 6 foot didn't come out as far as this as I thought it did. I know it was, I seem to be pretty far out, but I feel like I thought this come out a lot farther. Cut too large amount of a Painter's Creek fishing ramp. Oh yeah. You know, I never put in up there. I should, because I know I can run down here. I just never know how long it's going to take. I feel like if I do that, it's going to be something I do when I come up here, like in the morning, because I don't like doing new things in the afternoon and the evening, because I know you got to play with the dark. You know what I'm saying? And so here, I know what I'm going to be doing, where I'm going when it's dark. I feel like if I go someplace earlier in the day for the first time, like launching out of Painter's Creek and then running out here, because I've had a lot of friends tell me the mouth of Painter's Creek is really good as well. So I think, you know, next time I come, I may launch at Painter's Creek and then come out this way and then maybe fish my way back to the ramp. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'm just trying to work one section, you know, one area at a time and get to really know it. You know, I already know over there it's not much rock until you get all the way down across from the bank or across from the ramp. I know from the ramp all the way to here, all rock. Now I'm going to go over there and check out that island and kind of go around it, and that'll be my expansion, so to speak, this time. You know, I want to go motor around it and look at it and then fish it, and then next time go and see if that other point is rocky as well, and then, you know, keep expanding my knowledge base, so to speak. But I'm just trying to pick a ramp, learn the area, and then in my head I know it, and then, you know, pick another ramp and learn it, and then know it. Like King's Bridge, I know that for kayak fishing because I fished there, you know, for a full year every time we had a derb down here. So I know that area up there pretty well. It's not until we had the Grubby Championship here a couple years ago that I went and fished the quarry, you know, found fish there. Now I'm fishing on this side of the highway off of this ramp because I want to expand what I know of here. And then eventually, you know, you kind of put it all together, kind of figure out what they're doing year round, and then, you know, okay, what they should be doing, and then go fish those areas that might help me. Yeah, I went to the Osborne ramp the first time I came down here with the boat, and it was in the afternoon, and I saw all those stick-ups, and I went right back to the ramp, loaded up, and then came to Newton ramp, because I was like, I am not going to mess with that with the sun going down, and that's what I would have been doing. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I didn't even go live over there. I spent maybe 30 minutes looking around. I couldn't figure out how to get to the main lake without running over every stick up because I didn't know where the channel was. And I was like, I don't have a graph that I can run by map, so to speak. And so I packed it up and came over here. So I haven't been back there since. But, you know, that said, that's another one of those. I'll start early in the day so I can spend all day there and then work my way out to the main lake, and then I know that area. All right, I'm gonna motor out here away from the bank so we can float for a minute and then swap out these rods, put the glide up and get the deep cranking rod, and then we're gonna go run around that island across the way. And then before we come back, if we got enough sunlight, which it's 6:30, we got time. Unless I just start tearing them up over there, then I might at least motor up that bank and look and see what's there too, so I can fish it next time as well. So let's go ahead and motor out here a little bit. Make sure I'll get far enough out where I can pick up the motor and then swap things around, put the tablet away, and then motor across, and then we'll set back up again. All right, so I'll put the finesse. No, I'll keep the finesse jig. I'll put another trailer on it. I'll get the deeper running crankbait rod out. All right. Get this combo where I can get it picked up and put away, and we'll swap it out. Put the tablet up under the chair again. Okay. About like a big motor and push out if I had to. Right, swing around, bring it around town. Need to do this with a little more purpose so I can do this swap quick and not get blown up against the rocks. All right, let's put the mic back on. See, that's taking us in the rocks. That's not what I wanted. We'll put the mic back on the chesty, battery back in my pocket. Actually, the battery can go in here, but backwards, so if there's a wave that hits it, the lid will keep the water off. Literally bought a Celsius, and all right, tablet will go. We will see you in a minute, chat. You're going under the chair. Okay, that's secure. We're still got plenty of time to do this. Get this rod. All right, deep cranking rod. Where is the big old X Pride? That's the shallow X Pride. I need the deep running X Pride. Where are you at? Are you? Is that you down here? Yeah, that's you down there. All right. Still away from the rocks. Make sure I got the right 7-foot medium heavy glass. That's the one. Yeah, all right. And then we're gonna put you away, Mr. Big Dog. Watching the rocks. We're still far enough out. I need to get one of those glide covers, the bait bag thingies, so I can cover these. I think Liv makes some of those, I believe. All right, you guys are over there. Let's see. Crankbaits. We're getting a little sketch to the bank. Okay, I've got another one that's out. I'm gonna use it. It's under the boat seat, but I just pulled off a hinge. That's okay. All right, let's go ahead and motor out again. Deeper, and then we'll tie on. I've got a Sexy Shad deep diver. Yeah. I've got a Sexy Shad deep diver here somewhere. Oh. Make sure I got no boats running at me. Okay, there's somebody across the lake. Where did I put that? Sexy Shad. Make sure I keep an eye on this boat so I don't get in his way. Unless he sees me, we're good. Check to make sure I didn't push it under these seats. Nope. What did I do with that dang thing? Well, I'm going to slowly and line this out. Make sure there's nobody running at me either way, so I can kind of do two things at the same time. Be faster if I just motored over there and then did this, but I think I'd almost rather do this while on the big motor than on the trolling motor trying to pay attention in the wind. Of course, probably on the back side of that island it won't be bad, but I'm gonna at least run this piece of it. And then motor on the back side, tie this bait on, and then swing our way around. So, need to tighten that up a little bit. All right, party time. There we go. All right, let's look at the map of this real fast. Still have my active Captain Garmin charts on here, even though I'm not subscribed to it. I still have the oh shit, there's actually more flat on this. I'm gonna fish this whole damn thing. It goes from like 35 feet up to like a foot at the bank, but big flattened junk around it. So hey, let's go see what it looks like. All right, I think I'll troll in from here. Well, maybe go get behind the island and then come around it. That gave me a second to troll and then tie on that crankbait. That's one thing I miss about having my more modern grap, is being able to pull that map up front and then see, so I know what the terrain looks like, and then go to the electronics. You know, it's nice having all the maps and stuff. Now, I could do that on my tablet, and that's actually what I bought my tablet for, was for map study, but I'm using it for the chat, so I'm just gonna I'll push in behind this island, and then once it starts going uphill, we'll go ahead and back off, and then we'll swing around and fish both ends of this. All right, so now we're starting to climb up, and we'll ride that momentum. I don't know what I did with my Sexy Shad deep diving crankbait. I do not know. Of course, I got to remember I have the camera behind me, not in front of me, so scratching my butt on the Gramps cam like a dummy. All right, let's get this tablet back up so I can see the chat and make sure we are still live. And I'm gonna move my... Of course, I've been charging the battery for a while. Now, I'll go ahead and put it back up there and put the charger back on it just to make sure it stays. We keep our audio clean. Because, hey, good audio matters. Plus, it blocks out the wind noise. Alright, plug our cable back into there. Run that back down. There we go. Where did I put that crankbait? Oh, wait, did I throw it in one of the... Oh, I bet I threw it in this side just so it wouldn't get lost. Here, crankbait. There's my Sexy Shad. Mr. DD10 or deep diver. We'll tie you on. You can't catch just a deep fish. Oh, I need to get back to my... It says we're not connected. What did I do? Well, I mean... Oh, let's get the total motor down so we don't get further away, but... I hate the style of these things, and the technology behind it's just stupid. Oh, now it says excellent. Oh, hey, now we're back. Okay, guys, sorry I haven't been able to see the chat a bit. We were moving and I didn't have my tablet set back up, and I just got the chat back up. Trying to get back on where I can see the comments and whatnot. I know you guys are behind me back there, but I'm going to try to deep drag this point real quick, because these fish are probably pulled off on point, but of course I got one of these goofy trolling motors. They're more for crappie anglers than they are for bass guys. I want another one with the pull cord on it, but this one, it gets stuck up here every now and then. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna hit this island because I haven't hit it yet because it's got shallow flats all the way around it, and so we can deep crank and then we can run the shallow flats as well. See if we can figure this out. If you guys are just joining us, my name is JT. Welcome to the Fishing with Gramps YouTube channel. I am out here in southern Indiana on Patoka Lake. It's like the second biggest lake in Indiana. It's one of the big ones that everybody does like all the bass tournaments and stuff on. I normally fish out of a kayak, but I had open heart surgery last year. So I sold all my kayaks, my trailer and everything to protect my health, because before my heart attack last year, I had a double hernia after cleaning up a tornado. And yeah, I can't have my hernia surgery until after I had come off the blood thinners after being on for a year. So long story short, we're fishing out of a boat. This is my boat that I bought during COVID. I mostly bought it to fish bluegill and crappie with my kids and grandkids. But I'm grateful that I have it because it's letting me fish this year. So long story short, that's where we're at. I don't generally fish these bigger lakes because they always get beat up by tournament guys. But I like fishing smaller bodies of water with my kayak. But since we're in the boat this year, I said I was going to spend more time on some of these bigger bodies of water and relearn them, since it's been years since I've been out here fishing on them. And that's what we're doing. FTW says, hello from Illinois. Nice, nice. Never got to do this with my actual grandpa, so I'm hanging out. This is awesome. Welcome, brother. This channel was started in honor of my grandfather, Burl Jenkins, who got my brother and I into fishing when we were little kids. My dad was in the Army, so his big thing, he liked to camp and boat and stuff like that. But whenever we would come home to Indiana on our annual vacations, my grandpa Burl would take us to the spot near where we, later grew up to catch, bluegill and crappie and the occasional bass. But when I became a grandfather, and after he had passed, I decided that during COVID I was gonna on the channel renamed Fishing with Gramps. Everybody calls me Gramps, and to share my various experiences, whether it's tournaments or out here, chasing fish today, or crappie or bluegill fishing or whatever. But yeah, this is also something that I'm leaving behind for my grandkids, so that if anything ever were to happen to me, like almost happened last year, that yeah, this is like a little living legacy that they can have me around. And if they want to get into fishing or teach their kids to fish, they got somebody around to teach them, what I know. So we're having fun. But yeah, we're just we're gonna work our way around this island and see if we can't catch some of these post-spawn bass that have maybe moved out a little deeper to recover from their spawn period, but they still got to eat. And so we've been beating the banks a little bit today, seeing if we can find anybody shallow again, but I think these fish are still pushed off deep. So we're gonna drag a jig off these flat point areas around this island and run this deep crankbait and maybe drag a chatterbait and see if we can't catch us a good bass. Now I know there's walleye in here too, so hey, you never know. I've caught a couple of walleye, but I don't fish for them. I have a cousin who does. But hey, even chance of catching a walleye here too, so you never know. We're gonna see, but I'm gonna tie this crankbait on. Sorry you're only seeing the back of my head and the back of my chair right now. I'm actually running my camera off the back of the boat today, just to kind of show you around a little bit. Normally I run it off my chest to bring you a little more personal experience, but hey, we're trying something different today. So that way if I do catch one, you guys can maybe see it in the view. But I'm talking and tying on a crankbait as we go, but we're gonna start fishing here in just a minute. We're gonna work our way around this island from shallow to deep to see if we can't find some fish that are pushing these bait fish up against the shallower stuff. See if we can't get lucky. Maybe catch us a big bass or a big walleye. Who knows? All right. But again, welcome, welcome, welcome. If it's your first time here, we got a lot of fishing fam that pop in and out of the chat that have been following us for the last years. But we got the wind picking up as the sun's starting to go down. I see cloud again, maybe some rain coming. The weather's been iffy all day. Yeah, today so far in the books, we got one largemouth and one smallmouth. Which, guess what? That's 2 more fish than I had when I started this morning. So while we're not catching a lot of fish, we'll take the fish that we're catching. Start working my way up here where it starts going up the slope a little bit. It's starting to climb now, so I'm going to get over here and try to cut this wind a bit because the wind is starting to pick up. I got to watch the might have to cast across the wind so I can get it to help me carry the bait out, but I'm gonna work my way up. I'm kind of running up to this bank first. I'm gonna see what the depth is because the water is a bit high here. Yeah, this is climbing up pretty fast, which is what I want to see. But if I can get this bait to bang the bottom and come out to me, that'll give us a good shot. But when I also pick up that football jig, I'll know I'll be dragging it on the bottom too. So we're gonna kind of scooch our way in here, get an idea of the depth of it, and then back off and then try to cast around and see what we can do. I got this sexy shad crankbait. This one dives down to 8 to 12 feet, I think, or 8 to 10, I don't remember. Yeah, I may have to grab that jig first, just so I know I can get to the bottom. Now I kind of like this point. I'm in 13 foot of water here, which I like to see. So getting a little bit deeper, but yeah, here we go. If I can get where I can feel this thing digging into the bottom. Yeah, we got the wind picking up. I don't think it's going to rain on us. That could be rain I see over there to my left, but it looks pretty decent out either way. Most of the storms that are supposed to come through are either below me or above me, up actually where I live, which got banged up by a bunch of tornadoes last night. Not us, we escaped it this time, but all right, there we go. Now I'm banging into some grass and rock and other stuff, so if I can I need to get some half-ounce chatterbaits, which is also what I use this rod for, because that would also be good for me to get this down there and drag it on the bottom. I had one, but I lost it at Monroe. I got to retool and restock. I think Scoop Dog was in here for that. Lost my half-ounce chatterwagon on a tree in the flooded waters of Lake Monroe. But we'll let this deep diver crankbait do some work too, because we're on this flat. We're in 13 feet right here, so if anybody's working around this edge, might get lucky. Shane says we're good here. Storms are gone. 80 degrees here and sunny. All right. Yeah, it looks nice out here. I guess what I'm seeing ahead is just the sun peeking through the broken clouds up ahead of me. So it's the sun rays. All right, let's quit jacking around and get a jig on the bottom. That's what I know I want to be doing. Get that football jig down there. Pull this up a big smallie or a big walleye. All right, which rod am I looking for? I'm looking for you. Got a football head and a cleanup crawl on it. Let that sink down there and then give it a little drag. Might reel it slow, like a slow crankbait. Yep. Taking a ladder out there in August, LOL. Lost in a treetop that was submerged. Yeah, it sure did. Yeah, I haven't gone live from Monroe since then. I've been fishing down by the dam lately, just kind of eyeballing some stuff. But yeah, it's still way up. But I've been putting in down there at the dam and kind of eyeballing, some of the stuff down there until the water gets back down to like normal levels. It's pretty crazy. But down by the dam, it's pretty constant, so it's not that bad. They haven't put the docks in back down there yet either, but How long have we been live? 4 hours and 51 minutes. I should probably take me a drink. You get my drink out of this cup holder because I done wedged it in there and then pulled the cup holder out. Now the cup holder won't let go. I get the feeling I'm going to have to empty this Gatorade before I can pull that out of there. We got to stay hydrated. And I got to glue my cup holder back in there. All right, let me get my foot control over here. So what we're doing is we're in 15 foot of water out here, and I'm trying to cast it up into the very shallows, and I'm just dragging this football head. Slow cranks on the reel just so it only takes up a little bit of line at a time. Trying to find a fish that's working the edge of this, coming up out of the deep into the shallower water to find something to munch. And I'm just letting it pause and let those claws go up, and then I'll let it sit and let the water move the skirt. And then when I get back where the bait is right back up under me, I'll just do it again. And I'm just, since I don't have spot lock, I'm just kind of controlling my boat to keep us off the point of this. Because before we came over, we looked at the map and we see the flat comes out this way quite a bit, but it's even bigger on the other side of this. So we'll fish this for a little bit and then we'll fish our way around to the other side and see if they're sitting on that flat. You just never know. That flat on the other side is a lot bigger, so that's kind of what I like to see. But we'll fish this side first. Oh yeah, I did see that guy come out of his boat. He wasn't going to lose that bait, was he? He's like, those were too hard to get a hold of, and he was winning. I've been stocking up on the prickly pears as the Hag's website gets them in stock, because I caught some fish on them, and I just know it's a matter of we get over to the other side, or I'll do it here too, is I got one on a drop shot. I got one of those, it's one of the baits, I can't remember who makes it. I gotta look at the box. It's the company that Alton Jones Jr. works with, G-Crack, I think. They got like some little dice baits. I got one of those on a drop shot too, just to see if maybe that dragging one of those on a drop shot, a foot off the bottom might entice them a little bit. There's some rocks. I can feel that. I'm fishing with braid. I'm using my frog rod, but it's also my football head rod. So I got braid on it, but with this football head that's tungsten and that cleanup crawl on it, I can literally feel everything. It's so sensitive. I got this Shimano X Pride B rod, and I mean, man, I can feel everything through there. So like right now, I can feel the rocks that I'm coming through, which is what I'm looking for, is like a rock pile that's out here that may have these fish hanging around it. So that's actually really, I'm really happy about that. Not having live scope to see and look at it to know that it's a rock pile. I'm kind of doing it old school, kind of like when you drag a Carolina rig off a point, and then you kind of get the idea, the feel for it. That's kind of what I'm getting with this football head. But I know if I pull this off a rock at some point, could be a fish out there fishing those, you know, the fish is fishing those rocks looking for craws. Maybe I can find this one. Yeah, I heard those. I guess I heard the first batch of those from 6 Cents. The manufacturer made it with the wrong material, and so people said that they were melting and shit. And a lot of people are pissed off because now they got to go through the process of getting them replaced. You know, Milliken, you know, he explained what was going on. You know, I mean, he can't really help it either, but you shouldn't have shipped anything out. But I mean, I guess you don't know until you find out the hard way. But yeah, I've been pretty happy with Hags, a small bait company out of Texas. You know, so I do not mind supporting them either. Of course, as I understand it, most of these baits come out of the same factory in China anyway. And that came straight out of the mouth of a friend of mine who owns a bait, you know, owns a brand and has a bunch of, you know, his version of the exact same things coming as well. So, but for now, I've been finding them at Hags. Along that line, I'll just say that I have a free order in him with monster bass as well. Saw that too, thought he handled it well. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You know, as long, you know, if they make it right, that's all you can do. Sucks for the customers because, you know, they have expectations. They want it to be right the first time, and they're not wrong, you know. But he did what he could. I like Ben. I love the fact that he was a YouTuber that got where he and then went and took his game on the road, made the elites. I mean, damn, that's just badass. That's like one of us. You know, it's like he's Joe, regular dude. And then, you know, also help make 6 Cents what it is as well. But I love 6 Cents. I got a bunch of their stuff too, and always been a big supporter of their brand. You know, they made it into something massive. Ben's a big part of that. I can never remember the guy's name who started it, but he gave up a pro fishing career after, you know, being a college, you know, angler, and you know, helped by doing something, you know, what I consider better than a lot of people. His crankbait skills were absolutely what attracted me to them. I love their bluegill patterns. Pond and spillway stuff, yeah. I'm glad to see he moved back up north. Really interested to see what he does with that big property he's got now. And I understand why he left Texas, man. It's if you live someplace that you got to drive like hours just to go fish. It's like, geez, it's impossible to make content. So, you know, the fact that he'll be able to be on the water someplace where he can catch largemouth, smallmouth, and spots, I think, you know, should really make life easier for him, especially when you're raising little kids. He did the Elite Series thing. He fished the Classic. I mean, shit, what more do you have to prove? You not only qualified to fish with the best, you qualified to fish in the Classic. I mean, it don't get, other than winning the Classic, which, you know, there's people that can fish that thing, you know, forever and not ever win it. But he went and did it. I mean, that is absolutely fantastic. Let's see, what time is it? 7 o'clock. Fever will be playing for too long. I got about another little bit to be out here. I can't stay out too late because I'm going fishing with the boy tomorrow. We're going to do some pond fishing. Catch some crappie and bluegill. I've been out here for a while anyway, but I'm going to drag this, make probably a couple more casts over here. There's those rocks again. That's what I want to see. Next time I'm out here, I'll have my on the boat so I can at least see what kind of structure we have down here, know what we're working with. to catch the fish, but it does help with scouting, that's for sure. I feel it ticking off of those rocks. That's what I love to feel. Knowing there's a rock pile down there out here on this 15-foot area. A lot of fun watching him over the years. Amen. Yep. Good dude. Love everything he's about. The fact that he can walk away from the pros to get back to living a family life, having fun. I mean, not everybody can do that. You know, a lot of people be like, oh no, I got to keep going until I win the Classic. He achieved what he wanted to do. He went and fished it. Gave himself a shot. You know, there ain't very many people in their whole life that can say they fished enough to qualify to go fish a Classic and then go and fish the Classic. Got the wind picking up again too, so it's gonna blow me around. But I'm gonna fish this point to it, and I'll grab a chatterbait and work my way around. Then we'll fish that flat on the other side and take a look at it. I got one more little section I want to go fish again across from the ramp. Well, I've got a section I want to fish across from the ramp. Then we'll pack it up, put the boat on charge, and go get ready for tomorrow's crappie bluegill adventures. Hey Andy, I appreciate that. I really do. That'll go to my star these live streams. I don't make but a couple $100 a month on YouTube. People think it's about the subscribers, but it's about the views. I make about $175 a month, and that covers the Starlink. So I figure it's you know, money well spent, and everything I get from the memberships and the donations, it all goes to help. Because, you know, I would not be able to live stream from this lake without Starlink. I mean, most of the places I fish in Indiana, you know, we're lucky to have cell phone signal in the towns we live in, let alone anywhere we fish. But I'm trying to open up southern Indiana and show other people, and by having the Starlink behind me, you know, I can do that. I can be out here posting Instagram posts, live streaming like we're doing now. And hopefully, you know, the quality's good enough that you guys enjoy this. Instead of just me making videos and edit them and having to spend all that time, I can spend my time doing other things and just live streaming and have fun. So I appreciate it. Cool, we catch a big bass or a walleye through here. I've caught like tiny walleyes here and there, but I don't really fish for them, so I don't know how to fish for them. The wind started to pick up again too. Not feeling any rocks over here, so I'm gonna try to get towards the bank. I'm out here in this deeper section again. I think I fell off the flat that I was on. Get around and check the flat on the other side of this. I gotta quit reeling. I gotta remember to let that football jig hit the bottom first. Yeah, this will never be something I do full time. Well, I say that. I'll do it full time when I'm retired in a couple of years, you know. But it's not like I won't be making a living off of it. But that's not my intent, you know. Just take you guys fishing and have fun. Go out and fish with different people, meet new people, have a good time. You know what I'm saying. But hey, the fact that I'm making up on YouTube to pay for the Starlink, that's pretty badass. There we go. I'm getting some good rocks out here. Push up on this. I can feel that football jig banging off of those rocks. Let me get up here and get a little longer cast now that we're back in the shallow. I say shallow, we're like 11 foot of water, but that's okay. Let it fall, quit cranking, keep forgetting. Exactly. Get monetized and write it off and go fish for free. That's exactly what I tell people. Somebody said, looks like spinnerbait time. I don't own a single spinnerbait. Yet, I got to put in an order at the rod locker. Just to catch up on why I don't have any spinnerbaits. I had open heart surgery this time last year, and I did not think that I would be able to fish until 2027. So over the winter, I sold all my baits on Whatnot, thinking, okay, I can't fish again until 2027 because I got to wait for the year after the open heart to then have the hernia surgery that I need, and so I won't be able to fish because I kayak fish mostly. And I sold all my baits on Whatnot, thinking I'll just retool in 2027. Well, it turns out, as long as I'm careful here in the boat, I can fish. But I'd already sold all my kayaks and my kayak trailer and all my baits. Lucky for me, I got to the point where I didn't sell all my rods and reels. So every payday, I put in another order at the rod locker and tackle warehouse and pick up a few more things. So I got some. I did have a few things that I kept that were mostly like smallie stuff that I'd forgotten I had, or I would have probably sold those too in my mental stupor. But yeah, I got like a football jig. I got some deep diving crankbait. The crankbaits I have, I bought off a buddy's Whatnot stream when he was selling stuff. But yeah, I just don't have a lot of tackle yet, so I did get in 4 jackhammers from Tackle Warehouse and some trailers, and I've got some stuff, some Senkos. That's mostly what I fish, but I don't have a lot of ledge fishing gear right now, and I need to order some more mega bass. I'll do that this weekend, actually. Probably do that for Father's Day. I've got some mega bass SV3s that I like to throw. So I got to get 4 of those. I got 2 white, and then I like the chartreuse and green pumpkin ones. Most of you are fishing in Kentucky. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't fished Patoka a whole lot. Being a kayak guy, I mostly fish smaller bodies of water, so West Bogs and a bunch of the strip pits and stuff around Greene County. You know, I kind of shy away from Patoka and Monroe because of all the big boats. But I got this boat during COVID to fish, you know, for crappie and bluegill with my kids and grandkids. But I'm actually happy I have it because at least this lets me get on the water and have a good, you know, have some fun this way too. So yeah, I just don't have a whole lot of bass gear. I have all my rods and reels, thank God. But yeah, I got to retool. I know I'm telling the story over and over again, but the fishing fam know the story. But anybody new pops in, I'm just going to kind of let you know too. And working on trying to get that 100,000 subscribers. I don't care about making money on YouTube, but if I could ever hit 100,000 and get one of those play buttons, that would be awesome. That would be a legacy I'd leave my kids and grandkids. That fishing with Gramps was cool enough to get a play button from YouTube. That would be badass. That would be badass. We hit 35,000 a couple weeks ago. That was really cool. I'm trying to take these rocks again. Well, you can't tell me there's nobody down there. That's all right. We fish this side. We're going to grab that chatterbait and work our way to the other side where the flat's a little bigger. This comes out from basically the end of that island and here out this way, so it makes this big flat that's about 11, 12 feet. I can see it from the normal lake level that's like 30 feet. But I'm going to go ahead and work my way around to the other side. I got about another, I don't know, hour or so I can fish. But I'm going to fish the other side of this island and then go down and fish this flat that runs up on the rocky bank right next to the river bend. I always say I want to kind of fish that towards the end of the day. So what I'm doing at Patoka this year is I'm kind of hitting a ramp. So I picked the Newton Stewart ramp here that butts up to the state park, and I like it because it's part of the state park. It's got lights. It's well lit. So when I fish the dark, I'm coming back in at the same place I've been to a few times, but I'm trying to push out from the ramp a little farther each time and just learn different areas of this ramp. Then when I get to know this area really well, I'll go pick another ramp and we'll do the same thing. So I'm trying to break down the lake in little chunks at a time so that later on, I know the lake more, So it might take me a couple years doing this, but, that's kind of the goal. Get in there a little closer to the bank and see that. Like I said, we're going to fish our way around this island and go fish the flat on the other side. So we did find a rock pile out here, dragging this jig. Like I said, in the future, I'm going to have a Generation 1 scope, live scope on the boat. I've got the second generation. That'll go back on my tournament kayak for later. I don't fish live scope like you'd think like with the pros. I use it like to find stuff to fish. Mostly on here to be for crappie fishing down the road. But hey, you guys are interested in crappie fishing, we're going to be doing a lot more of that with my kids here in a little bit once I get that hooked up and kind of get it dialed in. Then we'll do some catch and cooks. Still the same little road up Barron Creek and Turner House is finished. Very nice, very nice. Now we got 9 feet of water up there. Let's grab the old chatter. Oh, you know what? Real quick, since we're in 9 foot of water, I'm gonna grab the old sissy stick and this drop shot and drag this other urgent style bait. See if we catch somebody goofing around the outside of this. I know it's throw the chatterbait just to move it a little faster, but and then I could drag it too, but I'm dragging this one as well. But hey, if I can catch it on a different type of urgent, all right, slow my motor down so I don't burn around the island too fast. But okay, we're at 8 foot of water out here. So we can go from shallow to deep. It looks like we got good rock bank, like the gravel, if you will. Of course, I need to cast that a little farther, but maybe we can find somebody cruising these bank lines looking for a snacky snack. Again, this is the G-Crack something or another. I gotta find the package and remember what it was. But it's one of those that Alton Jones Jr. helped them develop. Scoop says back to the shop. See you on the next one. Yes, sir. Thanks for swinging in, bro. Appreciate you. Appreciate you stopping by. Looks pretty clear. Rock. Might have a good shot at finding somebody cruising these banks. Feels kind of weird being on the back side of this island out of the wind, though. It's kind of a nice little change. How much battery we got left on the tablet? Ooh, we're down to 20%. All right, so I'm going to quit charging the mic and move my charging cable over to the tablet. And that way we keep enough juice while we're going. Normally, since the fever were playing, I'd end the stream and start streaming the game. Watch Caitlin and my girls. That being said, I could pull it up on my phone. Might do that just to listen to the game. How much battery got left on my phone? 84%. Let's check ESPN, see. When did the FIBA play? Let's see. The Braves was postponed. I guess they're going to make that one up on August 31st. Where are the Fever and the Dream? Prime Video at 7:30, so we got about 6 minutes. We got Prime on the phone. Who's watching? Gramps is watching. Oh, looks like they're talking to... Alright, so game's not started yet, but that's alright. Got to check out my Indiana Fevas. Let's just throw that urchin up in there too. Well, I'm throwing this urchin of it. We'll fish this for a little bit. We're in 5 foot here. Oh boy. I should be throwing I need to pick up that chatterbait. I've caught on the urchin already. I have not caught a fish on the chatterbait all year. It's going to drive me nuts. Where is my chatter rod? That is not my chatter rod. This is my chatter rod. Josh is going, how is Gramps not caught a chatterbait fish yet? We're going to work on it. But we're going to get off of this bank a little bit because we're in 5 feet of water. Chatterbait fish. Oh. I've been fishing this whole time and didn't start my chesty back up. Oh, yep, there we go. How much battery got left? Probably catch a fish just dragging here. 85%. Oh yeah, I just changed the battery. That's right. All right, so we're in 5 foot of water here. Let's see if some of these deep fish are pushing up shallow to feed. I'm gonna back off since it's so shallow here, but this is like primo. Got 30 foot of water out there and 5 foot of water here. They'll definitely be pushing fish up on this. I might be good just to fish this until we're done for the day and then check that other spot next time. We'll just pack it all up, fish here till we're done. You can't tell me they're not going to be... There we go. There's the drop off. We just went from 7 to boom 10. So yeah, I'll slow down and fish this on the backside. We might be able to find some bass pushing some bait fish up into this shallow. Should be the juice pushing them out deep up into the shallow. Let's get a long cast. Now that we're kind of out here a little bit. Yeah, now we're in 10 feet, but that's 3 to 5 feet up there, so that's good. That's what I want to see. Cuts down the water, if that makes sense. Big fish like chasing little fish in shallower water. I don't need to be looking up that bird that just flew up on me, poop on me. It is beautiful out here. We've seen 2 bald eagles today. One on the drive here between French Lick and the lake. And then we saw one in a battle with some seagulls or whatever earlier down by Josh's point. Should have taken another Tylenol or at least brought one with me because now my back's hurting. Got to be mindful of that because I'll be on my feet bank fishing tomorrow. Saturday I'll be judging a bass tournament. Sunday is Father's Day. I'm going to watch a movie with let's see, I got Sweet Pea tomorrow night. Granddaughter's coming over. So tomorrow, we're crappie and bluegill fishing at a pond. Probably put a chesty on, but can't go live because I'll be at somebody's property. Don't want to be rude. So you'll see a bank fishing mission tomorrow. Oh, we got some fish suspended out here too. That's good. But you'll see a crappie fishing mission video at some point. What is my streaming setup? So, of course, it's anchored with Starlink because, you know, here in southern Indiana, there's no cell signal. I use all DJI, and I'll tell you why. I did GoPros for a long time, but they always overheated. Now, that being said, the new GoPro Mission, they don't overheat. They engineered them to work better in the heat and the cold. And eventually, and I'll tell you why here in a second, I'll go back to GoPro. But the reason why I use DJI is they have their proprietary microphones that connect with their own protocol back to the cameras. GoPro doesn't have that yet. Now, does that mean I can plug an adapter into a GoPro with my DJI mic and, you know, stream that way and get good audio? But what I'm waiting for GoPro is to come out with their own microphones that directly connect to the GoPro like the DJI does. So I've got back the one that you're watching is a GoPro or is a DJI Osmo Action 5, and that's where you're picking up this microphone. I'm pointing up here. The microphone is actually magnet mounted on top of my tablet. And then I've got an Action 4 on my chest, and I'm only running one on my chest in case I catch a big fish, and I want to have the video of that, even though the audio is not, you know, microphone. So I've got one of the DJI Mic 2s, which is still the bigger one, connected to that camera back there where you're at, and like I said, it's its own proprietary. Now on my phone I have the DJI Mimo app. And that's how I start the live stream. So I'm actually going to I'm going to share this. I've been testing it, and so I can do a video and sit down and cover all this probably, you know, here in a week or two, because I want to share this for other people who want to capture, you know, and do what I'm doing. Because everybody's like, oh, you're going to gatekeep it and not share because you don't want other people, your competition. No, dude, I want everybody. I want anybody and everybody who wants to get on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, TikTok, however you want to do it. I want you all doing this too, because it shares the love that we have with a lot more people and get them out fishing. So I have been working on this setup for, it looks like a great spot for topwater, but I don't have any topwater. You know what? I might have a buzzbait in the bag. I have very limited bass supplies right now. But you're right. It does look like it just does look like a good topwater. I might actually bust out a buzzbait here shortly as the sun starts going down, because like I said, I'm in 6 foot of water where I'm surrounded by 30 foot of water. So these bass are going to be pushing these bait fish up here before too long. And I might, when I switch out of my sunglasses back to my glasses, we might throw a buzzbait, because I haven't caught a buzzbait fish over here yet either. Now that being said, I'm on the back side of this. I'm going to switch back to my regular glasses now. But yeah, I have a couple. Oh, we got somebody jumping around over here. Probably a carp, but it's good to know because that means somebody's around. But when I'm out here again in the future, I'll have my live scope running, or at least a more modern graph, so I can. I've only got chirp on this helix up here. Most of my higher end stuff I've always run on my kayaks, because kayaks are what I fish tournaments out of. This boat I've always kept simple, for crappie and bluegill and just, you know, having fun and all that. But after using live scope on the kayak, I did buy a Generation 1 live scope setup to put on here, just so I can see, you know, rock piles and brush. I want to be able to side image from the front and stuff like that too. So It's summertime. You got to get a popper. I do have a popper. Um, I do have a little mega bass popper. Oddly enough, it's one that I found. Uh, I found it at Lake Fork, I think. I got caught up in somebody's line and pulled it in, and it was a mega bass popper, and I was like, oh, I'll keep that. I don't know if I traded out the treble hooks on it though, but I do have. I think I still got a couple mega bass buzz baits, and I might have a popper with me. And I actually have a walking bait as well that I bought from a live stream from a buddy. I've been retooling after I sold all my baits last year, well, over the winter, because I didn't think I'd be able to fish this year after my heart attack. But as you can see, we're fishing. Now, I didn't get so far gone in my head, you know, knowing that I wouldn't be able to fish, that I sold my rods and reels. No, I got too much invested in these. These are my gift to me for when I retire. So I got a combination of a couple of Loomis NRX Plus. I got a bunch of Loomis GLX, the line that they came out with last year. And then I've got several Shimano X Prides. But my whole goal with all that was I wanted to have the stuff that I wanted to have when I retire in a couple years. You know, and like I bought my retirement present as I've been getting ready to retire. Does that make sense? Which DC reel is this? This is the, so I have three. Two of them are the same one. I have two Shimano SLX DC XTs. And I'm actually going to get a couple more of these because I absolutely love it. I have one on my jackhammer rod, or my chatterbait rod, and I have one on my crankbait rod. And then I also have a Metanium DC on my NRX Plus, which is what you'll see me throwing that urchin with. Um, let me turn around and tell you, hand to God, I would rather have two of the Shimano SLX DC XTs than one Shimano Metanium DC. These little SLX DC XTs, they don't sell them in the US yet. I don't know if they ever will. But you can, I get mine on eBay because they come from a JDM, you know. But absolutely love these. Now, to give you a quick rundown of my gear, I have one Shimano Bantam that's on my frog rod that I also use as my deep ledge dragging football head. So I've got one Bantam, and that's on an X Pride B. I've got a Plus spinning rod, and that's with my Exents, which is the most expensive um, spinning rod that I own. And if you hear me stuttering, I'm from some brain fog from the anesthesia. It's been almost a year. The doc said it could happen. It could last for almost a year. Yeah, so I might sound a little slow, but I'm just trying to think and recall and choose my words carefully as I start to get my brain function back. I've been starting to take like Prevagen and other things to help with my brain function, but that's just part of the. It broke my heart when my doctor told me. She's like, in seniors, okay, I'm only 58, damn it. But she's like, in seniors, it could take up to 3 years from that brain fog, you know, for being under anesthesia for that long. But anywho, so I've got one Exents, and that's on my NRX Plus, and that's like my Senko rod. It's primarily my Senko rod. It's also real good for very light jigs for smallmouth fishing. But that is like, I told myself I'm going to have my two favorite rods. So one is my NRX Plus 853, I think it is, rod, but it's absolutely fantastic for finesse jigs, Texas rigs, and I've been using it today for throwing these Hags prickly pears. But then I've got some Loomis GLX because I didn't want everything to be LX, you know, NRX Plus. But I knew I wanted a bunch more Loomis rods because I absolutely love them. And like I said, I'm gearing up towards my retirement, and these are the rods I'm going to fish with forever. So I've got 5 or 6 Loomis GLX, you know, the ones that they came out with last year. And most of the reels that are on those, I've got, like I said, I got 2 of these SLX XT DCs, but most of mine are Corrado, like MGL 50s or MGL 150s, MGL 70s. I've been a Corrado fan. I have fished with the Shimano Corrado since um, my boat tournament days back when I was younger, in the early 90s. And I've been a Corrado fan ever since. So, like I said, I got a couple higher end with the Metanium and the Bantam and the Exents, but the staple of my fishing stuff is the Shimano Corrado on the bait casting side and the Shimano Vanford on the spinning side. So I've got a bunch of Corrados for like Texas rig and you know all the other kind of stuff, and then I got Vanfords for like Neds, Shaky Head, um, you know all that more finesse type type stuff. Have a Bantam, you love it. See, when the Bantam first came out, or the first remake of the Bantam came out, I couldn't stand it because it kept wearing my thumb out. But I think that's just because I had a fatter thumb, if that makes sense. I've lost a bunch of weight over the last 3 years. I was 346 and I'm down in the 230s right now. I've kind of maintained the 230s while I recovered from my open heart surgery. Now I'm to the point where I'm ready to start getting back in the gym and start really get back to it. Something jumped back there too. We might hit this bank. We might. This. I think this is gonna be. I think this is gonna be the bomb right here. I got a gravel-like bottom. I got 5 to 6 feet coming out of a 30-foot, lake. These fish are gonna be here somewhere. I just hit a pocket of grass. We're gonna get bit. We're gonna get bit here somewhere, somehow. I feel it. Either buzz bait. I think I'm gonna tie a buzz bait on. We're gonna get bit. I really feel good right here. I mean, this is kind of what I've been looking for. I know these fish just got done spawning. They pulled off deep, and they're hanging out deep right now as we get towards summer. I think the first day of summer's coming up this week. I absolutely love the Vanford. What kind of got me onto those is I actually bought the first reel I bought at the the company that I'm partnered with, the Rod Locker in Evansville. Um, the first reel I ever bought from them was like my first venture back up into like higher end stuff, and that was that Shimano Stradic, and that was the first one they came out with several years ago with like the CI4, technology, if you will. Absolutely love that, and that's what I have on my Ned rod. And then I've picked up some Vanfords ever since, and I absolutely love them. So I think I've got the Stradic, which is my Ned. I've got 2 or 3 Vanfords. One's a drop shot, one is a shaky head, one is we'll call it jig head minnow pinging, that I never really got into. I keep telling myself with the live scope and my kayak I was going to run around and learn how to catch them on that jig head minnow, chasing active schools, but after my heart attack I got knocked off the water the rest of last season and have missed most of spring. Oh, that was a fish. Somebody tapped the old chatter noggin. So as we start and get up here where there's more laydowns and stuff out here, maybe he bit my tail off of my. Now I'm gonna keep fishing this because it's still got the shaft, but somebody bit the tail off of my. Now I want to pick up that damn Senko. The wind kind of pushing me in this way a little bit, but I gotta watch my foot control. Yeah, the wind's coming the opposite way now because we're around the other side of the island, so it's kind of rebounding the island. I don't have my. Oh yes, I do. I'm gonna throw a Senko on top of that because whenever I get bit by miss something, I throw a Senko on it and I catch that fish. I don't have the Senko on the rod yet, but I've got a Senko right here ready to get put on it. Oh, yeah, we got a little more fish activity around me too. I need to get back off of this bank. I'm too shallow. if they're gonna push these fish up on the bank, I need to be not up on the bank. Right here, I got a Senko laying right here, ready to go. But yeah, this Loomis is my Neko Senko. I throw a Senko more than anything these days. Chatterbait Senko, little finesse jigs. But if you only let me catch fish with one bait, it's gonna be the Senko. That's why I just picked it up. I know I thought I should have picked up that urchin and threw it in there, that prickly pear, because I've been trying to catch. Yeah, old hat hard to break with me. I need to throw that prickly pear through there too, just because it's something they haven't seen. Yep, got going too fast and got caught up in the wind. Let that prey get caught up around my rod tip. Alright, we'll keep you as a standby backup, ready to go. Let's grab this urchin again. The old prickly pear. Been getting it done this week. I've been fishing this a lot just to get better at it. Alright, I'm starting to see some fish under my graph here too, so this flat is definitely holding fish. I need to pull back out a little bit. Man. Nope. I said I wanted to catch a fish on a chatterbait. I ain't caught a fish all year on a chatterbait. I say all year anyway, even though I only started fishing again a couple weeks ago. But I want a chatterbait bite just because I haven't had a chatterbait bite since last year. She ended up getting sick and we couldn't go. So we're going to try to do it again this weekend. She got a stomach bug that jacked her up like all weekend and then even through Monday and Tuesday. I don't know if we got food poisoning or what. But yeah, she was looking forward to it and then it was like, nope. But we're going to try to get out maybe this weekend if she's feeling better. We got the grand. And then I may try to drag her around there if she's feeling better. Yeah, poor thing. I don't want to describe her symptoms. She was not well. And I can't think of anything that we would have eaten that would have jacked her up the way it did. But I think she lost 7 pounds in a few days, just not because she wasn't able to eat. Just everything, made her sick to her stomach. So she was eating broth last night, and then when I left today, she was able to eat some like cheese nips and freaking tuna fish. Is that the Millennium Chair? Yes, it is. I absolutely love this thing. I actually put this in my boat 5 years ago when I bought it, and for me, I've got a bad back, right? So I'm a disabled vet. I've got injuries to my back and my left knee, and so it's hard for me to sit comfortably in a lot of different seats. So, I mean, I know it's not for everybody, but for me, it's absolutely wonderful. It lets me kind of sit in a position that I can deal with, and it doesn't hurt my butt cheeks, even though I don't have any butt muscles anymore because I'm old and built like Hank Hill instead of like what I was in my 30s. But for me, I love it. Through keeps it's got a lot of good airflow, and it just works for me and my back. And I absolutely love it. And since I primarily fish out of a kayak, when kayak companies started, putting them in the kayaks, I was like in love. So the Bonafide XTR, the Native Titan, those guys have started using this seat, and I absolutely love it. Some guys don't. I mean, they actually swap that out and put like a boat seat in their kayaks instead. But for me, I absolutely love it. Oh, I didn't even think about it. I didn't even think about norovirus, dude. That's a good point. Because she was like nauseous, but not. Um, yeah, she was nauseous, but not. Yeah. Okay. I tell her that. That is. Yeah, that is a good possibility. Never even would have thought about that. And she's the medical person, not me. So I just say she had a tummy bug. But yeah, she did not want to eat anything for like. Damn, it wasn't until what is today? Thursday. I bet she didn't eat anything until yesterday. I think she had some broth because she did not go to work on Monday, um, and she worked from home most of Tuesday, and then she went in yesterday because she was feeling a little better. Had some broth at lunch, and then I think she ate like a little bit of tuna yesterday for dinner. Um, but that was just like really it. So that's good. I never even would have thought of Noro. Yeah, I'll have to point that out to her. Very high in the Midwest right now. Well, lucky us, huh? Well, there was a little tap. That might have been a bluegill, but somebody tapped the old chatter wagon. So I'm goofing out. I've been trying to do a lot of fishing with the prickly pear just so I can learn about it, talk about it, And I mean, honestly, it has been an absolute blast. But the only reason why I'm not throwing it right now, because I have yet to catch a chatterbait fish. Probably because I haven't thrown a chatterbait as much as I normally would. But I'd love to catch a chatterbait fish, and then I'll probably pick up that prickly pear and catch my PB. I just feel like these fish see the same things over and over again, and that's why I've been digging the urchin style, just because it's something different. I'm still in 4 foot of water right here. I guarantee you this little flat right here is going to produce at some point in time. Probably don't have as much ripple in the water because we're on the back side of it, but it is absolutely gorgeous out here. I mean, look at the sun hitting that bank. I need to take some. Oh, I thought I got bit, but I'm coming through some stuff that's normally out of the water because the water's up a little bit here. Um, but that is absolutely gorgeous. I bet if I had side imaging running right now, want me to pull that popper out, do you? I rarely throw a popper, but I love me a buzzbait. Oh, do I love me a buzzbait. My brother throws a popper. It's like my brother and I fished team tournaments together forever. So we always fished techniques and really got good with techniques that were not the same, but complemented each other. So like my brother, he would be throwing a Texas rig. I would be throwing a spinner bait or a jig, or he was always a popper walking bait guy. So that made me like a buzz bait guy. It's we were always doing similar things, but we both got very proficient at the same yet different things, if that makes sense. It's just kind of the way we worked. He was always in the front of the boat, me in the back, and for him it was Texas rig and poppers and walking baits, and me it was spinner bait, a jig, or just a Terminator spinner bait. We would just do a little bit different things, and that way we weren't sewing the fish the same thing over and over again, and it worked out well for us. I mean, we never won like any big derves, but I mean we did good. Academy has a fresh drop of Yumamo Uni. If anybody's looking, they had Scupper Noggin store, but not online. Ah, gotcha. All right, yeah. I picked up a couple of the unis. They've got them at therodlocker.com, and that's the rebrand of American Legacy. The guys that bought them out of bankruptcy, but rodlocker.com has the unis in stock, or at least they did when I was down there a week ago. And then you can save a few bucks. Sign up for any discount codes, you get like 10%. And then if you use like Gramps June, you get an additional 5%. And so the way he did it versus in the past where you get like 10% off, well, you can stack those discounts And then my code gives you an additional 5 on top of whatever they're stacking. So it works actually pretty good. But yeah, they had some of the unis as well. I've got a couple. I've got one in the box. But actually, you know what? I've got one on one of my spinning rods because I was skipping it under overhangs on Monroe the other day. And so I left that on that setup so I can use it for where I was skipping a Senko, I was skipping a uni. And I've actually come right back in there right up on them rocks where I want. We got a little grass in the flooded stuff right here, so I might be better throwing that prickly pear in some of this stuff. The bulk of it will come through all this kind of stuff. See if we can't catch somebody like working their way around. Kind of want to put another flush on and get a fresh tail on there since somebody bit my tail off. But I mean, it's got to act. It's kind of running like the what are those other baits that has a dong or whatever. Kind of like the tail without the fins, if you will. Catch me a chatterbait fish. But yeah, we're on this flat around this island in 3 foot of water, where it's 30 feet out there, probably as far as I could cast. So we see more of them chasing what bait, and see what we can do. Of course, you guys probably want some buzz bait action. Had much better luck on the uni. The bulb on the ends are nice. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, I like that for skipping up under stuff, but I still like throwing the big baits. I'm trying to get that big bite. But I mean, both of them have been awesome so far. I did pick up one Koiki M or whatever. I don't remember where the hell I found it at. eBay or somewhere. I'm gonna do a sit down talk of that and kind of do a contrast and comparison to all the various ones that I picked up so far. I've caught enough fish on it that I know I'm gonna keep fucking throwing the damn thing, and I keep seeing friends around the country catching PBs on that thing, so it's like it's got something going on. Alan says, "Hear me just fine." Yeah, appreciate it. Good. Yeah, we got the microphone up here on the tablet, and then the camera in the back, and then I'm running a chesty on the front too, just in case I catch something and don't catch it on the live stream, if that makes sense. You know, if something were to lag out or whatever. I know y'all want this jackhammer, but I'm trying to be hard-headed. I think I'm gonna have to pick up that buzz bait. Pick up that buzz bait and call them up from a distance. I can almost see the line where the water goes deep again. It's kind of wild how you can see that in the water. I could probably troll out there and watch it just drop off on the down graph up here. But yeah, I've just got basic graphs on this boat. They're 2 little 5-inch helix. That's just to keep me from running up on a bar somewhere. Pretty much depth and water temp, but we're going to change that this weekend. Put one of my Garmin's on here so we can see a little more. See things a little clearly. Plus I have access to my maps too. That's one thing I miss, being able to look at the contour lines while I'm on the water. Alright, we're going to make a couple more casts. I'm going to bust that buzz bait out and see if we can't ring the dinner bell for somebody. Ring the bell. Like I said, I'm surrounded by 30 foot of water, but I'm in a 4-foot flat right here around this island, so love to catch some of these fish, pushing the bait fish up on the bank, or at least up onto this plant to munch. We've been live for almost 6 hours. Isn't that crazy? I've been talking that damn long. Holy smokes. Of course, you can tell the same story over and over and over again when somebody new pops in. But welcome to the Fish with Grams YouTube channel. My name is JT. We're out here boat fishing. Just getting back on the water for the first time since last summer when I had open heart surgery. We have been testing our boundaries carefully to see what we can and can't do. Heart is good, don't get me wrong, but I had a hernia right before that. Wasn't able to get that repaired before the heart attack hit. So I've got to be real careful, because what I cannot do is make my hernia worse where I would have to have surgery. Because guess what you don't want to have on blood thinners? Any kind of surgery, because then they can't stop you bleeding. So I got to be super careful until I can get off the blood thinners after a year post heart attack. Then I can get my surgery, get repaired, and we get back to regular life. But just gotta be careful. Don't make the surgery or the hernia worse. I'm gonna go throw that. I'm gonna go throw that hags up into that stuff. I might do that going back down that way, and then turn around and put that buzz bait on and hit some of these flats out here too. I'm being hard-headed. I want a damn chatterbait fish, because I haven't caught a chatterbait fish this year. Had a couple of taps here. Couple of taps. Tap, tap. I need somebody to eat. We're just working this flat, see if we can find somebody pushing some fish. Deeper water up here into the skinnier water. It's about munching time. It's getting close. It's 8 o'clock. That being said, I'm going to turn this beaver game on. Talk to you guys while I'm watching Caitlin and the girls playing. I don't know who they're playing. Playing the Dream, up 29-24. Must be a timeout. I can't see anything because now the sun's in my face. Give you guys a beautiful view out that way. I can't see shit. Where's these fish at? Come on. Need to grab that square bill. But now I'm going to catch one of those crankbait right here. Ooh, jack and hammer. You need to be digging more rods out, except for that buzz bait. You go up there and fish that brush with this prickly pear. Boy, you can't tell me they're not up here. See, I see some stuff on the down out here in the 5 feet, so they could be rolling around. We'll go back through that way. We'll get a little closer to the bank and throw that prickly pear up into the brush. See if they're out there hanging out up there, and then we'll turn back around and come through here with a buzz bait. The sun gets a little slower, lower in the sky. We got about another hour before it starts going down. But we got a large amount today, we got a small amount today. Looks like we're starting the next quarter of the basketball game. Oh, they're playing Atlanta. They're playing Angel Reese's team. Looks like the Beaver up by 5. We're 7 foot out here, so this is where. Let's scooch back in a little bit towards the bank. Should grab that deep diving crankbait and just beat the hell out of the bottom with it. 10-foot diving crankbait in 6 foot of water. Guarantee I hit the bottom. Problem is I don't know what's not flooded, so I could very well end up in something that's normally a brush line. All right, let's push in a little farther. Well, I guess I'm gonna turn the fever game off. They were up by 5 when I was by 2. It was bullshit. Just went on a 7-0 run. They're like, oh, Gramps is watching. We gotta start losing. Got a nice little looking pocket up here. Get up there along the brush. Just went over some stuff, so. Figure out where these bait fish are. Let me figure out where these bass are. I'll just keep poking around this island. A lot of water pushed up into that tree line. Tells me they could be up there too. I want to throw stuff right into all of that stuff. Bass being there hiding that way for something to swim by. We did get a couple bites on the back side of that, so we'll go back and hit that here shortly. See if there's anybody playing along this beach line. Fish this shade line a second. We're going to turn around and go the other way. Nothing about any of this looks appealing, so I'm going to grab that prickly pear and go pick apart some of this brush going back the other way. Around, get up. Back around that corner. So I see another rocky shore over there. That looks really good as well. I like that because the wind is also throwing the waves and stuff into that rock. we'll have to check that out next time. I see another rocky pile over on that side. So yeah, next time I'm here, when I keep saying every time I come back here, I'm gonna expand where I go. That point right there looks amazing. I'm excited about those Indiana Bears. I'm a Colts fan, so it doesn't matter what the Bears do, but I am excited that they're coming over here from Chicago. I think it's kind of funny. You know, next up you'll see the Indiana White Sox, the Indiana Bulls. How crazy would that drive everybody? Oh my God. Yeah, I think the Bears coming to Indiana is kind of funny though. I dig it. It does crack me up, I'll say that. See if we get pull somebody out of this little weed line. I don't see anything in there that looks like it would hold fish, just to hold fish because of the flooded, brush. But some of that on the back side of this kind of caught my eye. Oh yeah. So what the DJI Mimo app does, it's kind of like a pass-through. So it says, okay, so my Starlink, it's got its own network, so it's called GrampsNet. And so what it does is is when you start the live stream from the Mimo app, it basically connects the camera that's on the back of the boat that you guys are watching from to the network, the wireless network through the Starlink, and then directly connects it to YouTube once I start the live stream. So once I do that, it's not live streaming from my phone. The phone is just a connector, right? So once I make that connection, then I can go onto my tablet, which is what's sitting here on the chair next to me that I'm watching your comments on, right? And it's a separate connection. So my tablet is also on the GrampsNet, so it's also internet connected. Did I get into it with a brush or did I get into a fish? I got too close. So basically what happens is, it's not using my phone as a live streaming anymore. Once it makes that connection and then I start the stream on YouTube with my tablet, then it basically just stays connected until I go onto my tablet and hit end live stream. And then I go back into my DJI Mimo app and say end live stream there. And what that does is then that will end the live from YouTube, or from the camera to YouTube, because once I make that connection and I start it, I can actually turn my phone off and it has nothing to do with it. But when I want to disconnect it, I go in and start the app back up on my phone, or I can use my thing. I don't have to. I could do all of this with just my tablet, but it's actually directly connected from the camera, and then I end that in the DJI Mimo app. It connects me back to the camera, and then I end it from there. And so yeah, it's actually really cool. So I could pull up I could pull up the game on my tablet and be watching it while also watching the comments. And two, I'm just using my phone because it's also connected to the Starlink. So everything in the boat is connected to the Starlink, just like I would be connected to like my wireless, at the house. It's kind of cool. But yeah, the reason why I don't use my phone for watching like the chat, it's just so hard. It makes it too small for me to see the chat the way I would want to. So on my tablet, I can see what you guys are seeing, and then I see I can see the chat as well. So, and then when I'm streaming from home, I use StreamYard software and do like a whole different thing. But it's pretty cool. I mean, it took me a while to get the kinks worked out, and coming out here several times with the Starlink, but Yeah, now I got it down. It actually works really nice. And so it's funny, I keep a little portable charger here, and I take it, go back and forth between my tablet and my microphone, and then the camera back there that you guys are watching from is connected to a YOLO-Tech pole, so it's actually connected straight into the battery on my motor back there. So it's just drawing a trickle charge, running from like the light pole. So yeah, it's taken me a while to kind of figure it out, but it works out pretty well. But I plan on being able to do the same thing when I fish my kayak as well. I'll just hang the Starlink off the front of it and, do the same kind of thing. Oh, we got a fish now. Got another one of them prickly pear fish. I made sure I got to hook it into that time too, even though I fished one off what I consider the wrong side of the boat for me. But yeah, we got a largemouth here. I'm pretty sure. It might be a good one, 2.5, 3 pounds maybe. That's a good one. That is a good one. He's about a 3-pounder. About a 3-pounder. The old prickly pear doing the work, pulling it through those. That's a pretty good fish. That is a good dang fish. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna get off this bank and come back and show you guys. Let me get my stuff turned around and come back and show y'all how he's hooked. That's the difference between me running this off my chesty, which is what I normally like to do. I should take you guys off the back and put you on my chest now, just as we get the sun down. But yeah, looky there, and he got hooked right in the corner of the mouth. This is gonna be sketch. Let me get up here carefully because I got a bad knee. Last thing I need to do is fall in the. Did you guys see? That's a good fish. Hooked right in the corner of the mouth with that hag. I mean, he is pinned. And this is a sniper owner. It's a size 3/0. It's a heavy duty Nico, and it absolutely works fantastic. But yeah, let me get him back up here and back in the water. We're not going to measure him and all that. He's probably a 17 or 18 inch fish, probably 17. About 2.5, 3 pounds. But yeah, good fish. But yeah, you see how good that Hag's prickly pear works. We will stop streaming here for a second. Well, stop streaming. We'll stop watching the game for a second and to get some pictures. Yeah, why didn't he eat the chatterbait? I know, he wanted the prickly pear. He's like, I've seen a million of them damn chatterbaits. I don't care about those. All right, let's get my phone off of the game. Get a picture. Get one down the throat. All right. Oh, hey. Yeah, we're still at it. Got a little better one on the prickly pear. About a 3-pounder. Let's go. Because you know I got for the Instagram. Yeah, that was a good one. Pulled him right out of there. Yeah, but good fish. Get him on the camera. I got the front. Yeah, there we go. Could you do the same thing with a GoPro? I used to be all about GoPros, but they overheat so much. Now the difference is you won't get the same audio quality. You could use these mics with a GoPro with the adapter, but it's just not the same because DJI has a proprietary connection. So it's not a Bluetooth connection. It's their own radio frequency, right? Now, when GoPro, GoPro has fixed the heat issues with the new Mission 1. They work a lot better. They work a lot better in the heat and cold than they used to. They did a complete redesign. Now, when GoPro comes out with their microphones for the camera, which I've got some folks on, that I know that tell me that they're going to, when GoPro creates their own proprietary connection like DJI has, I will go back to GoPro. Why? Because GoPro is an American brand company, and DJI is Chinese. Not that there's another fish. Oh, there was another fish. I missed the hook set. That's the problem with me fishing on my right side. I have to be facing so I can really lift. Me dealing with the hernia, I have to be very careful about my actions. But that fish is swimming amongst these reeds, and again, with this being Nico rigged, you can really pull it through a lot of stuff, and the big arms and stuff on this. So I need to get turned, so if I get bit again in some of the skinny stuff, then I can actually whip and set the hook the way I need to, because I was not in a position to do that, and if I had to try to do that, I'd have jacked my hernia up. So I got to be very careful. They just did 2 days ago. They just did what? Let me know. Did they release their mics? I haven't been paying attention because I'm kind of out of it with what GoPro's doing, other than releasing the Mission 1, which, like I said, they solved the hot and cold problem, which is what I wanted to do. But if they drop those mics, then I will definitely give them another. Oh, there's something swimming right there. I need to back off and work this. I got fish chasing stuff in these brush right here. And like I said, this prickly pear, I can pull it through this brush piles and it not get hung up, because it's the way it's rigged with that jewel baits weight and a Nico hook. The hook protects it. Oh, they released the mics, did they? Now you got me paying attention, because that's what I needed to hear. Oh man, if they release the mics, that's huge for me. We got fish working these. When we came through here, there wasn't all this much activity. They're in here now. I just had something smash up right up there ahead of me too. I need to get that buzz bait out too. I said I was going to, but I can work that buzz bait through a lot of this a lot easier. Oh man, you had to tell me that. I'm glad to know it though, because I've been looking for an excuse to try the new Mission 1s to get GoPro back, get back in, in a GoPro. Because one thing GoPro has done for me for the last couple years, my rainy day setup for GoPro, they came out with those waterproof doors where you have the magnetic thing attaching on the outside. Oh, they still overheat. So you have the Mission 1? That's the one they say was supposed to solve that problem. And if they don't, then I'm not going to bother with them. Because that was the big thing about the expense of the Mission 1, is it's supposed to fix a lot of that. Alright, so we backed off of this a little bit. I couldn't tell you because I don't have any GoPros. Like I said, GoPro pissed me off so many times, costing me so much time, losing, getting video of giant fish and then not having the video because it was corrupt. I gave up on GoPro a couple years ago. I do have a GoPro 13 that I got for when I fish Kayak Adventure Series stuff, because they're sponsored by GoPro and I partner with Kayak Adventure Series. And like I said, I've got the one that connects from the outside, for the rain. Sent yours back in the first 3 days. Damn, that sucks. So that was the Mission 1. You have to tell me in the chat, yeah, if they didn't solve that, then I'm not even going to bother wasting my time with them. If they did, you know, then I get it. But if not, I'm just going to stick with what I got and quit pissing money away. But if you sent yours back already, then that tells me they didn't solve shit when they claim they did. I just want them to be good. I mean, really, I just want them to be good. They're an American company out of California. I just want them to be good. But right now, DJI to me is just a superior. I've got an Osmo 4, an Osmo 5. I've got an Osmo Pocket, and then I've got that mini one. Yeah, the Mission one. Oh, damn, I hated hearing that. But, you know, screw them. If they can't fix it and they're going to promise they do, they're just not going to get my money until that sucks. Run them with the doors open or the doors off, no battery, you know, external power only. The opportunity, but like, damn, guys, come on. You're an action camera. You claim to be for the outdoors. And for them to turn around and say they solved the problem with the mission and they didn't, that just sucks. Now, one of the things that we discovered a year ago was the best way to power those with the external battery is using the cheapest Walmart USB that you can find. You don't want the heavier ones that transfer data. That shit is too much power and heat through. You basically want to act on like a trickle charger. So one of the things that we came up with that, and I even use those on my DJIs, is just the cheapest, thinnest, garbagest, you know, USB-C to USB cables you can find, because then it acts as a trickle charger and no transfer, because that puts too much heat, too much, you know, you want it just enough to power the camera. That's it. That helps. But man, yeah, I was hoping the Mission 1 would be the one, but doesn't sound like it. I had a couple nibbles on this thing. We're going to be beating this up with this buzz bait here shortly, but I'm going to drag this prickly pear. I don't know why I backed off so far. Because I was getting bitten. I was trying to make a longer cast, but I kind of want to get this back up in there a little deeper too now. Can't handle the 13 to 17 hours. Yeah, I just wanted to run. That's all I ask. Because I know people that use them for like constant live stream stuff. You know, just do the basics. And that's the funny thing with live streaming, it's using even less power because I'm not recording to the SD card. You know, I'm literally just connected wirelessly and running it through the stream to, you know, to YouTube. But you can stream it to Facebook, you know, stuff like that. I do YouTube for now. I'm an IRL streamer, and I'll tell you that none of them can top a phone with a fan cooler attached. Yeah, I got a buddy of mine who's rich, and that's what he does is a phone. But I mean, to that point, it makes more sense just to have a phone with a really good cooler on it than keep investing in all the various cameras and this and that. Because at the end of the day, it's a baby computer. You know, it's just like I keep telling myself, I just don't want to go get another phone just for this. Saying that I've got 2 other cameras, a tablet, and all this other shit, when I could literally just go get another phone and not have to worry about all that. So that's a good point. Oh, did I finally let it get down there enough to get caught? I think I went to look at the chat and didn't continue popping this over this little brush pile, so I got my prickly pear stick because I let it turn over instead of keeping constant tension on it. But we're only in a couple feet of water here, so. feet up here on the beach. Because, yeah, we're in 1.9 foot of water now. Yeah, I wouldn't want to put the phone on the Yellow Tech either. You'd have to have a hell of a case and connection, that's for sure. There we go. Well, since we're in here in the skinny stuff, let's go ahead and run through this way with the trolling motor and see if we can find anybody in this like no feet of water. We're in under 2 feet right here. We're getting a little sketch. Might be getting a little too skinny. This is water here. We're up here on the beach. Yeah, I see the grass that's normally out of the water. I'm gonna bust out the buzz bait here in a minute. We're gonna work the rest of this and we're gonna grab that buzz bait so we can't call some more of these big daddies home. Keep saying I want to catch one on a chatterbait, but no, I'm up here throwing a prickly pear. That was a good fish though. That was a good fish. Take that all day. Small rig makes the best boat cages. Attach money, Yule Duck boom mount. It's good up to 90 miles an hour. Yeah, small rig is the stuff. Channel, or do you do it on Twitch? I'll have to after I get home. I'll go back and sub to you and watch what you're doing. You know, I like that we share and talk to each other. And but if you're good up to 90 miles an hour, that means you're on a bass boat moving. I ain't going 90 unless I'm in a car, because I'm either in a kayak or this boat. But that's cool. Beards and bass. You must be turkey hunting too. A lot of people assume that means, you know, growing beards or something manly, but I know what it means. I feel like I've seen your channel before too. Of course, you know how it goes. If you're a YouTuber, it's hard to take time to watch anybody else because you're always busy fucking editing all the time. It's one thing I love about live streaming. You just go fish. I ain't got to edit shit. I might be able to pull some clips out later. Oh, and that reminds me, I forgot I could actually clip the fish that I caught earlier if I'd have remembered to do it. But I'll just go back and grab it later and do it. Uh-oh, who that is? Hey, babe.
You're alive?
Say hi to the fam.
Hi, fam.
We're at 6 hours and 23 minutes.
I'm just making sure you were alive.
Well, all you gotta do is pull up the old Fishing with Gramps YouTube channel. You know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's work.
I know. You can just hit the button and call me, and you can hop in the chat, hop in the chat, and subscribe while you're there. Give me a thumbs up, share, like, follow.
I subscribed 30 some odd years ago. Thank you.
You're my longest subscriber yet.
Yeah, still waiting for those damn benefits.
Well, you know.
I was just checking on you because I wasn't able to lie down today, so I'm gonna go to bed soon. I've been up since 3 this morning.
All right. You feeling any better?
Yeah, I feel fine.
Okay.
I had almost a half cup of soup.
A buddy of mine was saying that he went through the same kind of thing that you did, and he had like a norovirus according to his doctors. I was like, oh damn. But yeah, I got you. Glad you're feeling better. And I'm glad you actually ate something too, so.
Yes.
I'll grab something on the way home. Or, you know,
Yep.
come home and make eggs or oatmeal.
Just don't wake us up because the boys are tired.
Did you put an order in today or no?
No.
Okay.
You know why?
Because I wasn't.
It's Thursday.
Yeah, I know. I was just hoping there'd be some barbecue chicken waiting on me, but I know how it is.
Well, if I put in an order, that would have meant you wanted me to cook the chicken as well.
No, I know. And you still don't feel like smelling it.
I really don't. But we can work on that tomorrow.
Yep. Sounds good.
So, yeah, anyway. All right, be careful. I'm taking the boys and going to bed here in a little bit.
All right, yeah, I'm going to head back to the ramp here shortly. It's already 8:30, so.
All right, well, my do not disturb is on, so don't die.
Love you. See you shortly.
All right, love you, bye.
Bye-bye. Gran always has a great point. She knows. I saw something smacking something up against this bank, so. All right, we caught 3 on this hags today. Let's grab a buzzbait. I want to be able to go up and down this at least once down and once back again. See if we can't get us a buzzbait fish. So the old prickly pear has done its duty. Where is my? That's the big jig rod. That's not the one I want. I need to get organized and put this shit away real quick and just get it out of the way. Grab that buzzbait and tie it on my other jig rod. Get you over here out of the way. All right, Mr. Drop Shot. I'm gonna cast you out one time. You got one chance. Oh, I got my Stradic in hand. So my Stradic is on my drop shot rod currently. And this is that G-Crack dice bait thing. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah, kind of when I went to bed, Granny got woke up by a big lightning strike, and it kept her up. Of course, the doctor got the dogs all wound up, so she got up with them. So she took them in the back room so I could sleep, because she knew I'd about had it this week at work with my inspection. She knew I needed a few hours of sleep, especially with me staying up late watching the storm and her getting woke up by the thunderstorm that came through right after. So yeah, I'm sure she's... Plus we got the baby tomorrow night. Grandbaby's coming over, Miss Peyton Ann. So she gonna hang out with us tomorrow night. That mom... Oh, there's some fish up there. So I had something tap my bait and then something busted the surface. So yeah, we got stuff going on here. Which just keeps telling me I need to grab that buzzbait, huh? But I haven't caught one on this one yet. Q-bomb, that's it. That's right. Thank you, sir. Like I said, I'll get my mental capacity back to full strength here some point in time. Q-bomb, yeah. Make sure the hook is coming out of that all the way. There we go. All right, we got tapped on that one time, so I'm gonna give it one more cast, and then we'll put it down and grab the buzzbait. Because I'm like you, I'm in the movers and top water right now. We probably got a good 30 minutes or so. Got a kayak coming this way, I think. There is a guy, I saw him last week when I was here. He's in a bona fide XTR. He comes out and fishes, and he actually came this way last time. I didn't pay attention where he went, but his wife is in a kayak behind him, in a paddle kayak, and she'll be laying back there reading and whatnot. So he pulls her around while he's fishing. So I wonder if that's them over there. But no, I think that's a jet ski because they're moving a little faster. Thought it was a kayak. Oh, no, that was 2 jet skis. They were stopped and looking at something. They turned around and now they're going back the other way. Q-bomb, that's it. Let's get a little closer to that brush. I know, you guys are waiting for me to get some topwater action going. I'm kind of waiting myself, but I haven't caught one on this yet either. Yep, more storms coming Sunday. That's why I chose to come out here and fish today. And then I'm going to wire the scope up on Sunday on Father's Day, while my wife makes me some ribs. Of course, we have this running joke. Like, what are you going to do for Mother's Day? I don't know. You're not my mom. So today, earlier, you're not my dad. She said she was going to make me ribs, so. we will watch a movie together, and I will get the old lap scope and hooked up to the boat while it's raining out. Then after that, hopefully it all pisses off and we get some better weather. Let these lakes come back down to normal pool. All right, so they're not trying to force. I don't need a. So I want to throw the old buzz bait. So let's put this bad boy up. Get my jig rod and get my buzz bait tied on. Oh no! But I threw the jackhammer over there one more time. One more time. I had to cast it out so I can reel it up and put it away. And grab that buzz bait and see if we can call him up or deeper. Anybody over there shallow? Sorry for being nasty. Got a little bit of allergy stuff going on here. Really? Nobody wants my jackhammer? Come on. It's a beautiful color. Baby bass. Painted blade. Got a nice tail on it. Nobody wants to play. That's because you want me to throw that buzz bait, don't you? Alright, put the jackhammer up. Can't believe I didn't catch a fish on it. Makes me sad. Alright. We'll cut off the old finessey jig. Tie on the old buzz bait. Black. And we got a gold bladed black. So we'll go with the old mega bass. Put my jig back in the jig box. So I said I was going to try to keep organized. There we go. Lost my line. There it is. Alright. The old buzz. Give the old San Diego jam knot. See if we can't call somebody up. Call somebody up. See if they want to. We'll sing the song. We'll see if they listen. There we go. So we're going to run down this bank and then run back this bank and then we're going to call it a day. But we're going to catch 2 more while we do it so we can catch our limit. And where'd I put my phone? Oh, it's halftime. Yep. We'll kill that for now. Close. Yeah. That's right. We need to focus on what we're doing anyway. We need 2 more for a limit. Oh, that sounds so good. The old mega bass. Get over this. get bit over here, I'm gonna be screwed. I might have to rely on it to set the hook for me just because the angle I'm fishing. Trying to fish right along the edge of this. Straight. Yep, it's running straight. Need to get an angle to come on the weed line on that side. That'll be good. If there's anybody in that. In those weeds. A good cast right there. Come around the corner, I'll get a little farther in there. Of course, you guys can't see it because I got it all set up so you see everything that way, but when I turn around and come back, you'll get a better view. They're right up on the bank. Nope, it's in the weeds. Got too far to the right. Get out of there. Oh, that's money. That was a beautiful cast. You have to take my word for it. Of course, you guys are on this side, so I'm talking to the wrong side of the mic. I need to clip that back on my chest. There we go. Uh-oh. What? Are we still connected? My camera in the back made noise. I don't know why. Battery on it, which is about all the time we got left in the day anyway. I think it was actually recording back there and it just shut itself up. It's screaming, so I think we're okay. Just threw that one up on the beach. Now, we did get tapped earlier through here, so hoping we get a little something in front of this brush pile again. But let's get a longer cast out there, see if we can get somebody to play along. We're in 3 foot right here. Again, we're surrounded by 30-foot water, so if there's going to be anybody around, we got a real good shot at getting bit. Of course, I need to get some more spinner baits ordered as well. Somebody pointed that out earlier. Make sure I get away from the stuff and make longer casts in. Still connected. All right, sweet. I think I hit the button on my microphone earlier to start recording on my camera in the back, and I think it finally stopped. Even though I didn't want it recording, I just wanted to run the live stream. So I guess it's been recording from back there this whole time too, which is kind of cool actually. If you know we stayed live the whole time and it was recording, that's kind of slick. But again, this is like my first, I've never fished in this area of Patoka before, so this is all about me just expanding and learning and, you know, finding different stuff to come back to later. But, you know, we caught a good one. We caught a good one over there. I'll take that all day. We're going to work our way and fish around the shallow on the other side. Of course, we didn't get close to the brush there too, so we're going to have to go do that since it worked on the side. I do some on the down scan. Maybe we can call somebody up. Somebody hungers. Sitting there thinking, oh, I need to get that buzzbait on top of the water. Beautiful out here. Beautiful day. I'm stoked. Caught my third bronze of the year. Caught a nice largie. Hell yeah. It is absolutely gorgeous out here. That is faux show. I almost want to get up in here and throw this prickly pear and this brush stuff up here. Since I got nobody playing out here in the 5-foot water. Move on in there a little closer and see. Uh-oh. Oh, got her off. I'm going to have to prickly pear that whole tree line. What do you think? Do you like Twitch or the TikTok? What do you like to play on? It's just what I know and do, so that's what I kind of stuck with. I know Christine Fisher talks about she actually does better on Facebook than on YouTube as far as monetary wise, but yeah, it's kind of wild. I haven't set up a Facebook. I just use like my personal as my fishing stuff. I should probably do you or just because, just to see, but who knows? I make my money doing my day job versus all of this, so I mean, I get it. What are you hooked on? Oh, you said kick. That's right. That's right. I guess I haven't messed with that as much. Is that where? No, I'm thinking of something else. That I think it's Money Bass. They do this live streaming derb thing. Shit, I just completely. I don't know what kind of cast that was. That was a 9-year-old Gramps, no thumb cast to bring it back, throw it again. But I think we've worked out enough backlashes in the past. We can figure it out. Somebody up there jumping around. Probably a carp up there doing what they do. Yeah, I'll have to check out Kick. That's just not something I've played with before. But I've lost too much weight. Tighten up now. I know it's a bad problem to have, but see if we got anybody up there playing in these tree lines. Money Bass, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's fun watching him. I like watching him while I'm at work. You know, if I need something to listen to or just something else while I'm doing my regular stuff, it's nice to kind of see what he's doing and watch what other, you know, how others are fishing as well. So I got some grass under me out here too. I'll have to remember that for the next time, especially when this water gets down. But like I said, I'll have my modern graphs on here in the future so I can actually kind of get back to seeing what I'm used to seeing as far as the down and side imaging and especially the maps. I like looking at the contour lines and, you know, kind of playing that too. The sun is going down quick though. It's almost 9 o'clock. I'm gonna have to move along this and get out to that point and motor on back. But hell, we picked some up out of those tree lines back there. Let's see if we can do the same thing here and make the same magic happen. Either way, I'm happy. I called my brother. He's got a tournament tomorrow. Fishing the grubby at bogs. Five cameras set up on my boat. 4 stationary, 1 drone. Cloud users. Holy smokes! I have to go check that out. That actually sounds really cool. Do you fit, or do you do it same username over there? That actually sounds really cool. It's funny how much technology we have to play with is to take away from our actually time to fish. But hey, if you're bringing quality entertainment and stuff, that's pretty cool. I'll definitely have to go give that a look because that sounds really 4 different cameras going plus. Wow, that's awesome. Somebody out there jumping around again. Same username on every platform. All right, sweet. Yeah, I'll definitely have to go check that out. That sounds cool. Now, do they have it where you can watch like the replays? So like, you know, I can go back and see some of your previous stuff, or is it only when you're like live that you can be seen, so to speak? I hear somebody talking across from me, but I don't see anybody. Oh, you guys remember I was talking about I wanted the motor over there and look and see if there was rocks on this. It's not on that side, but it is around that corner. So that's actually cool. I was actually going to take a drive over there on my way back, but now I can kind of see what I wanted to see. There is another rocky bluff that's pointing towards the main lake. But I'll motor that on the way back. Take a look at it. Yeah, Kick has VODs, but only stay for 2 weeks. Oh, okay, cool. All right, cool. VODs, videos of the day. I learned that from my buddy who does the twitching stuff. My buddy Matt does that, and then my other buddy Alex on the water does that as well. It's funny, I kind of got into the streaming thing back in my video game playing days. But once I started fishing and started doing YouTube videos, I kind of quit doing all that. I figured I can always come back and do all that later. And now I do fishing content when it's warm out and sports card content on another channel when it's cold out. The old Cardiac Gramps YouTube channel. That's got my sports card stuff on it. And I haven't uploaded anything in that in a couple months. Got a bunch of different boxes I haven't opened or ripped yet. That's okay, we're fishing. That's what matters. Kick is mainly for streaming and making clips. Alright, that's cool. Now, do they let you take those clips and post them like on TikTok and all the other socials? Or they limit you to just doing there? That is cool. I didn't realize, because I know I think some gaming streamers I knew went to Kick a while back, but I didn't know if they'd stuck around. I kind of fell out of that world when I quit doing all that. I'm gonna pull somebody out of these trees. Can't post. Oh, you can. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I'm getting to the point where I'm just gonna collect like the cards that I want to keep and hold on to. But I don't know. I thought about getting them and grading them and flipping them and all that, but somebody keeps popping around over there, and I don't know if they're chasing. I'm not trying that. That sun is getting lower though, and I need to get a move on. I'm gonna fish around this point. Look at that beautiful snow. That is absolutely. I need to take a picture of that real quick. Through the trees right there. That is absolutely fantastic. Too, but yeah, it's gorgeous. That's kind of like the samurai flag that they have with the sun going down and then the rays coming up through it. This is badass. Oh, we know they're a scam. The fact that you can go get a 9 and send it back in and have it regraded and magically get a 10 is just absolute bullshit. That just tells me there's yeah, anyway. I digress. Alright, let's pull a fish out of this. Then we gotta go. Yeah, I like a lot of the sports car companies now, or the like companies like Mint that make the nice cases for them. So it gets back to making it about the card and not the grade on the card. Even though I have a lot of PSA 9s and 10s, at some point I'll probably sell those and then just go back to, like all my Caitlin, no, I got one PSA 10 Caitlin Clark. Most of my Caitlins are just ungraded cards that I like, and that's kind of the way I like it. I've got a mix, but I'll probably sell most of my graded cards at some point anyway, and then just get back to collecting the actual cards that I like. Come on, I know somebody else is in there. Now we're back in the wind again. Look at that sunset. That is absolutely gorgeous. Let's turn the boat. bluegill bite. Come on. You know the bass in these trees before we get on up out of here. Yeah, exactly. 9's the same as raw, so you may as well just have a raw. There's the wind again. That's absolutely gorgeous. But that being said, we need to make a couple more casts among these shrubbery and then get packed up and get the hell out of here. I don't mind getting back to the ramp in dark, but I need to pull off the shore and put everything away and pack everything up. But I'm gonna make a few more casts until we run out of these little trees, since we caught that bigger one on the other side. Maybe we catch somebody getting pushed in with this wind. Let's try to oh, somebody grabbed it. That was a little one. Oh, get off that tree. There we go. Yeah, the wind's kind of pushing me in now, so I got to cast farther ahead of me. The sun is absolutely gorgeous, but it's going down quick, and I don't have my lights out. All right, well, one more cast, and then we got to pack it up because I gotta either put lights up or, and I ain't got time for that. I need to get back to the ramp. All right, I want to get right. I got two more casts. I want to get into this little pocket right here. And I want to hit that little, the wind caught around my throwing one. There we go. I want to get one more. Oh, I got more beautiful looking stuff up there too. Oh, it's so gorgeous here right now. I got a few more minutes of light before the sun tucks down. And I still got 30 minutes of daylight left, but I know I need to not be running with no lights up. And I didn't bring the adapter for the yellow tag. Oh, look at that grass. I mean, that rock shelf right there is awesome. That's all rock all the way up through there versus the clay. I really like that. I'm going to get a couple of casts along these rock walls up here. And when we get to that little tree right there, we're gone. I'm going to catch a fish. I'm going to catch a fish right in here. Wind blowing in like this. Man, don't tell me I'm not. Let's see if we can get one up there closer to the bank. 2 hours later. We all know how it goes. I mean, they're not really lies if everybody knows you're full of shit, right? Last cast, last cast, last cast. I mean, we all know, so. Boy, that looks good. I need to get that a little closer to the bank. 3 foot right here. You can't tell me somebody's not chasing somebody up against this rock wall. Boy, that looks juicy. All right. Shit, I need to throw the chatterbait. Rock wall. Oh, come on. Buzzbait, put you up. Chatterbait fish right here. I'm calling it within the next 2 minutes. So that's all we got left. Gonna fish a shallow rock wall. Because I know, I know somebody's chasing something up here. Come on. Oh, it just looks too juicy. Chunk rock all the way out here, 3 foot of water. Somebody's in here. Somebody's in here. Come on. What? You didn't see that coming. But we're not staying so dark. I just got bit there, but that was probably a bluegill. I got about 2 casts left in me because we're coming up on a little. I love finding this though. I hadn't seen this before. I think somebody just bit off the rest of my tail, so I think at this or the Evo, the Mini Max, the way it came, rip my little tail off. Oh, it's still there. Come on. Oh man, this looks really good. We're gonna revisit this spot another day too. I guess we got to fish our way back out to the open water so I can put stuff away. Doesn't make sense just to motor out there without. Man, there's still rock over there too. Sun is set. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. All right, we're staying on the trolling motor this time. Then we'll get out there in open water and then put everything away. And then get our ass out of here. Oh, what a beautiful day it's been. 7 hours live on the water. 2 largemouth, smallie. Couldn't ask for a better day. This weather is absolutely beautiful. Yeah, once I get back around this corner, then I can let the wind carry me while I put everything away and not worrying about getting pushed up on anything. So we'll be safe to put everything away. Then we'll haul ass back to the dock like that boat that just came by was doing. Or the DNR gets us out here running around with no lights on. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Hope you hit that subscribe button. Help me start working on that goal of 100,000. That's my life's dream. Have that fishing with Gramps silver play button forever. When I'm too old to fish and I think about the days I could, wished I still could, knowing that at some point in time we achieve that goal. Of course, then again, I never thought I'd see 1,000, let alone 35,000 subscribers. Absolutely fantastic. You have to check that out. I'm going to be judging a bass tournament, so I'll check out the kick and all that stuff while I'm doing that, since I'm going to be sitting at the desk judging fish all day. Yeah, that'll be cool. And then Sunday I'll be in the garage hooking the old life scoping up to this boat. Got my Garmin Ultra 2 that I'm going to put on here. And then I have a separate set of brackets and another life scope set up. I bought an old one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh! He threw it. I can't believe he did not have that in his mouth. That bastard came up and jumped before I got the swang on his ass. I appreciate it, Shane. Can't believe I just missed that chatterbait fish. Oh, I was swinging my chair around to drive that hook home, and that sumbitch jumped. Oh, wait. We didn't miss this one. Look at here. We got number 4. We might have a shot at a limit before we get out of here, boys. Look at here. Look at here. We tried to end the stream, but we're going to end it on a bang. He's mad, too. Did I get another smallie? Dead. We got bronze. We got. I'll do a quick pick and then I'm going to come back and show you. Nope. Camera. Another bronze. Number 2 for the day. That's a good one. I'm back to show you guys, and I'm gonna let him get back in the water, and I'm gonna make one more cast, 2 more casts. We're gonna hit that one more time. Look at there. That's a nice smallmouth right there. That's about 13, 14. I didn't even get my. Yeah, we'll get him back in the water. 2 smallies today. Let's freaking go. I can't say it's the same one that I missed, but it could be. You know, could be. Oh, that was awesome. Right here at the end of the stream. Let's get back up there a couple more. Yeah, I said I was leaving, right? There we go, baby. And this is right up here where I was saying that when we were fishing here earlier, where I was dragging over those rock piles. Oh, first chatterbait fish of the year and another smallie. So yeah, woo, double. Oh, hell yes. First chatterbait fish of the year is a smallie. That is awesome. Oh man, I'm jacked. I know I need to go, but if I can catch one more, and I'll be stupid to think I can, because that might have been the fish came back and got it after he jumped off the first time, which is what a smallmouth would do, would come out of the water like that. But oh man. Okay, we're just gonna rock that corner a little bit, a couple more casts, and we gotta go because the sun is going down. Oh, that was another hit. That was another hit. It might be a little pile of them right here off of this point. Let's get back up there again. Oh boy, could you imagine? I'm gonna get myself screwed and have to get my light pole out and take the camera pole down. We got time, it's still daylight. But yeah, I'm gonna give it a couple more casts and then we gotta go. DNR will be pissing them off if I don't get out here, but I can kind of let the wind. Oh. Okay, so that was another. That's. They're in there. These fish are in there. I just got banged like twice, so I'm just gonna do the trolling motor, kind of keep me pointing that way. I just got hammered like twice. Let me get my net hanging back off here so I can get to it. But there's something about this point. Boy, if I can get one more smallie, then we'll get out of here. I ain't gonna lie, I'm happy as hell right now. I just caught a bigger smallmouth on a. Alright, I need to push this angle. We were coming right along the edge of this point, so I need to kind of blow me back this way. We're just gonna slow roll this chatterbait. Oh Lord, one more. One more. Oh, I got tap there a couple times. Let's get back towards. Let's see. I think I was casting more in instead of around the point. So there's something there that's got them working. Don't know what it is, but boy, we'll take it. Oh, that was freaking fire! We were gonna leave, but we caught that smallmouth, and now I've got 2 more taps since then. So I know there's some smallies working this spot right here. So I'm trying one more, but we gotta go. But let me look at this sunset, guys. Look at this sunset. That is absolutely fantastic. Let me swing around so you guys can see this. Oh, that is beautiful. I gotta get a picture of that too, that purple like that. That is absolute fire. Swing the boat around so you guys can see this. I gotta grab my camera real quick because that is too gorgeous not to. I say that I'm gonna miss it because I just made another cast like a dumbass. I'll probably catch one dragging it like this. Look at, oh my God. Yeah, that is absolutely beautiful. Let me, all right, a couple more we got to go. That is just absolutely beautiful. I had to kind of turn so I can get. All right, let it fall, let it fall, let it fall. Man, that is gorgeous. That is worth staying and looking at just in its own. I got to screen clip some of that later. That make a hell of a background. There we go. All right, we got one more and then we're done. I got to put it up and go. That is the last cast right there. Let it fall to the bottom. Wow. I feel like I was further out this way though. Well, I was coming around the corner casting into that stuff when I caught those fish. I'll just turn around and let the wind take us that way. Well, we gotta go. We're running out of daylight. Oh, he said last cast. Oh, he lied again. Damn it. So, big largemouth on that side of the island. Smallmouth on this side of the island. Hell yeah. I mean, there's got to be a 20 lurking around here somewhere, right? Oh, it's so freaking gorgeous out here. All right, last cast for real, not playing. That is the one. Let it sink all the way down. I'm gonna drag it across and we're gonna get the hell out of here. I'm just gonna let the wind carry us all the way out. He ain't got his lights, so I don't feel bad. Yeah, Patoka's just this place is absolutely fantastic. I need to get like a white that just because it is gorgeous. You're gonna catch that 20 again before I catch me one. That's fine. That's fine. This is your lake, bro. This is your lake. I'm just down here. I'm just down here stealing your piece. Motivating you to get your butt down here and catch that big 20 again. This is absolutely gorgeous. All right. That was it. That was the finale. That was the last cast. We got to get out of here. This was an absolute blast. Thank you all for coming out, hanging out, chilling out. I appreciate each and every one of you. But we are going to call it quits and get the hell on up out of here. All right, everybody, thanks for following along today. As always, get outside when you can and make some memories. One cast at a time.